At 31, I finally reached a turning point with my misunderstanding husband. We had been married for 3 years, having initially met as colleagues before tying the knot. When we got married, I left my job, which was a common practice in our countryside community. Although the tradition felt restrictive, it was a significant factor in my decision to resign. My previous workplace was a small, somewhat insular company with a notably old-fashioned ethos reflecting its local roots. In that environment, it was nearly unthinkable for a married couple to continue working together, especially given the prevailing attitude that married women should not hold full-time jobs. This societal norm, coupled with the company's outdated views, made it clear that my role there was no longer sustainable. At my new job, I was treated like little more than an intern, while my husband remained in the same department as before. My responsibilities were limited to menial tasks such as making coffee, photocopying, and cleaning, work that, while not inherently demeaning, was disproportionately assigned to me. It seemed like a deliberate attempt to push me out, as even the actual trainees weren't relegated to such monotonous duties all day. Discussing the issue with my husband proved futile. It was unclear whether he was even listening or simply avoiding the topic, perhaps because he feared that if I became a stay-at-home wife, we'd lose our financial flexibility. One day, my mother called to suggest I reach out to my cousin after hearing about my frustrations at work. She had discussed my situation with various relatives and acquaintances, and as a result, my cousin connected me with a job opportunity. A company where one of his classmates worked was hiring, and they believed my experience would be valuable, so he encouraged me to interview. I was fortunate enough to land the job, and I shared the exciting news with everyone. However, my husband's reaction was oddly muted. Though I found this strange, his lack of objection led me to go ahead and resign. My resignation was promptly accepted. They had clearly been expecting it. My colleagues, who had been gossiping about me, bid me farewell with insincere cheerfulness. "We'll miss you. Let's go out for drinks sometime. Feel free to reach out anytime." I couldn't help but wonder which of them truly meant it. My new job is located in the neighboring city, which, though smaller than a major metropolitan area, boasts an office district with a distinctly urban feel. Upon joining, I discovered that the company's culture was refreshingly modern. There was no bias based on age or gender, and the diverse workforce included several international employees. The company embraced equality, including fair pay, regardless of marital status. My salary has significantly increased compared to my previous job, to the point where I now earn nearly $10,000 more per year than my husband. This is likely due to the absence of gender discrimination. Both men and women receive equal pay for the same work. I haven't shared this with my husband yet, as I suspect he might have difficulty accepting it given his personality and the norms at my former workplace. My dissatisfaction with the workplace vanished, and I found myself genuinely fulfilled in my new role. However, not everything is perfect. My husband contributes nothing to housework, leaving me to handle everything on my own. Balancing full-time work with managing household chores for two people is incredibly draining. I leave for work earlier than he does and come home quite late, yet he never takes on any household responsibilities. Instead, he spends his time snacking and lounging on the couch, leaving the house messier each day. When I return, I'm greeted with requests like, "I'm hungry. Hurry up and make dinner," or similar demands for food, a bath, or coffee. Just hearing these requests is exhausting. Although I chose to work, and I suppose this situation is partly my responsibility, I now realize I might have been influenced by outdated notions and expectations at the time. Since we got married, my husband has repeatedly insisted on his own correctness while highlighting my shortcomings. He would say things like, "Work is tough because you lack the ability. If you want to manage both work and home, you need to try harder. If housework isn't going well, it's because you're inefficient. Get used to it and improve quickly. And since he chose to work, don't slack off on housework." These criticisms were a constant refrain. In rural areas, it's more common for men not to participate in housework compared to urban settings. Most of the married women I knew handled all household chores themselves, with some even managing childcare, caregiving, and farming. This environment led my husband to make me feel that it was natural for me to take on all the domestic responsibilities. Both my mother and mother-in-law were stay-at-home moms, and many women of my generation were either housewives or worked part-time. Despite being a full-time employee, I may have grown numb to the situation, simply accepting my husband's expectations and continuing with the housework as he dictated. Although my husband never explicitly told me to quit my job, I was determined to keep working even if he had. I convinced myself that since I was committed to my career, I couldn't neglect the housework. This routine persisted for a while. Even after I switched jobs, my husband remained in a bad mood when I came home after working late. I would apologize, prepare his dinner, and then rush through the housework, often barely having time to eat my own meal. One day, however, something changed. My husband found my wage statement, which I had carelessly left in a drawer. He stared at it in silence, and despite my attempts to downplay it by saying things like, "It's just because of overtime this time," or "maybe you'll earn more than me soon," my words had no effect. After that incident, my husband ignored me for days. He refused to speak or even look at me when I tried to communicate. Even if I stumbled or made a noise, he would completely ignore it. Eventually, I stopped attempting to engage with him, and just as I adjusted to this silent routine, he abruptly broke his silence. One evening, as I entered the living room after coming home, he shouted, "I'm home. What time do you think it is?" At my current job, there's a core time everyone is expected to be present, but the exact hours for arriving and leaving aren't strictly enforced, leading to varying departure times. Despite my efforts to start early and explaining my situation to my boss, I sometimes got home after 9 p.m. I would prepare ready-made or frozen meals that only needed reheating, yet my husband insisted on waiting for me to serve him. "You shouldn't slack off on housework. The only reason you can keep working is because I allow it," he would yell at me while I hurriedly prepared dinner. His intimidation was palpable throughout the entire exchange. "You're just going to skip cleaning and laundry and go to bed, making excuses that it's too late. You're coming home late on purpose to slack off." Even when I got home late, I diligently took care of the quieter housework tasks. Despite my efforts, the results were far from perfect, and I often felt I deserved the scolding I received. I blamed myself, accepting the criticism as warranted. "Monica, are you listening? Don't get too full of yourself just because you're working," he would say. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean it that way. I'm grateful for the opportunity to work. I'll try not to take it for granted." I genuinely believed this at the time. Perhaps I was led to believe it. To manage my workload, I took on extra weekend shifts to cut down on weekday overtime. I vacuumed and did laundry daily, trying my hardest to keep up with the household chores. A few months later, I had an epiphany. Why am I struggling so much on my own? The realization came after seeing a colleague's lunchbox. Her husband was responsible for cooking at their house and even prepared her lunch. I was taken aback, but my other colleagues seemed unfazed. They expressed envy but also remarked how normal it was to share household responsibilities when both partners worked. I couldn't bring myself to share my situation, as none of them appeared to be handling all the housework alone. When I casually asked relatives and friends about their household arrangements, I was astonished to find that none of their husbands did as little as mine. This realization led me to stop handling his share of the housework. I no longer cleaned his room or did his laundry, and I only prepared and heated food for myself. His yelling didn't bother me. I felt a healthy adult should be able to take care of themselves. I left for work much earlier than he did and returned home quite late. Why should I be burdened with household chores long after he had gone to bed? It wasn't fair for me to do all the housework. Even if he ranted about housework being a woman's job or a wife's duty, I ignored him and focused on eating. "So now you think you're something special just because you're earning a bit more money?" he exclaimed before storming out of the house. As I watched him leave, my heart felt cold. His focus on money and the insults he hurled at me made me realize that all my care and effort had been in vain. I couldn't endure it any longer. The next day, he stopped coming home. I assumed he would reach out if there was an issue, so I left the situation alone, only to find out he had moved back in with his parents. Whenever he returned to collect his things, we would have brief and tense discussions. Each time, he resorted to abuse and even shoved me a few times. It was supposed to be a final chance for us, but it felt futile. I was willing to consider rebuilding our relationship if he showed any willingness to compromise, but his actions made it clear that was impossible. Having made my decision, I began the process of filing for divorce. First, I casually brought it up with my mother during one of our regular conversations. She was very supportive, telling me that I had been patient enough and that the decision was long overdue. Next, I reached out to my mother-in-law on a weekend when my husband wasn't around. Although we didn't see each other often, she had always been kind and caring. She was initially surprised by my decision to consider divorce but assured me she would support me. After these discussions, I visited a lawyer to start the formal process. I presented evidence of my husband's behavior, including a timeline of events, my personal diary, photos of bruises from when he had shoved me, and recordings of his verbal abuse. The lawyer noted that while it was a borderline case for domestic violence liability, the evidence was substantial and worth pursuing. I decided to forgo dividing our assets in exchange for not asking for alimony. I rented a room near my workplace and began packing my things. On moving day, I confronted my husband to settle our affairs. He had been buying meals from the supermarket and coming home daily as he didn't want to inconvenience his parents. When I told him we needed to talk, he gave me the usual silent treatment. I wasn't deterred and said what I needed to. "We're getting a divorce. I'm moving out now. Please contact my lawyer." I left my lawyer's business card on the table, but he didn't even glance at it. He seemed to believe that by ignoring me, I would eventually beg for forgiveness. I left the house for good. Strangely, my husband continued to contact me afterward with messages unrelated to the divorce, such as asking to have a meal together or suggesting we go for a drive while shopping. When I ignored his messages, he sent even more desperate emails, accusing me of being stubborn and insisting he would forgive me if I came back and apologized. At the lawyer's office, he exuded overconfidence, expecting me to be the one in trouble and to break down in tears. With a smirk, he signed the divorce papers, treating the whole situation as if it were a mere formality. I quickly gathered the papers, anxious that he might change his mind and tear them up, and submitted them to the courthouse that same day. Later, my lawyer informed me that my husband hadn't believed I would actually follow through with the divorce. Once he realized I was serious, he started demanding alimony and a division of assets, but communication ceased shortly afterward. I suspect my mother-in-law might have intervened and scolded him to stop. Even after the divorce, I continued receiving bizarre emails from my ex-husband, which I chose to ignore. However, I unexpectedly ran into him one day while dining at a shopping center with friends from school. He was there with his colleagues who were former colleagues of mine, so I knew them all. The encounter was awkward for everyone. They managed to steer him away from our table. My friends, who had only met my ex-husband once at our wedding, found his presence unsettling. "That's my recently separated ex-husband. He's been following me around, and it's causing me distress," I explained to them. When I mentioned this to my friends, they approached his table and, as they walked by, they said, "He's a stalker. That's terrible. So creepy." My ex-husband, who was already uncomfortable around women, quickly retreated from the scene. After that encounter, the delusional emails from him ceased, and I've been enjoying my peaceful life on my own.
From this point forward, we're going to take charge of the house ourselves. You'll need to look for a new place to live. My brother and his wife, with my mother's backing, are insisting I leave, viewing me as a hindrance. It's bewildering that they overlook the fact I've been footing the bill for our living expenses. Their lack of appreciation and respect astounds me. In response, I've resolved to take matters into my own hands. My name is Helen, and I'm a 35-year-old woman who moved back in with my parents after college. Venturing out into the world proved more challenging than expected. Initially, I looked for jobs while receiving unemployment benefits. Then, I discovered the world of remote work and carved out a niche for myself as a freelance engineer, leveraging my background in science. Starting with smaller tasks, I managed to earn a modest income, but more importantly, I gathered invaluable experience. Working from home not only suited me financially, but also helped me avoid overwhelming social interactions, boosting my self-esteem. Gradually, I took on bigger projects, and my earnings increased to match those of a typical corporate employee. However, my parents, particularly my mother, who holds traditional views, struggled to comprehend my unconventional work arrangement. Despite my efforts to explain, my mother remained skeptical, fearing what she couldn't understand. My father seemed to get it, but my mother couldn't shake her concerns, often questioning the sustainability of my job. She couldn't grasp the concept, no matter how much I tried to reassure her of my professional commitment. She would express concerns about me staying home too long, mistaking my career choice for a mere phase or a consequence of mental health issues, despite it having been over 3 years. Her inability to understand extended to questioning the legitimacy of my online work, even suggesting that it might be something illicit or tied to peculiar beliefs. Despite showing her emails from clients and my income statements, she remained unconvinced, failing to recognize the legitimacy and potential of my career path. This misunderstanding and lack of support within my family have led to a pivotal moment where I must assert my independence and navigate my own way forward. I shared with my mom how I receive consistent payments from my job, trying to assure her of its reliability, but she remained unconvinced, plagued by worries that I might be living off unemployment benefits. The thought of moving out on my own had crossed my mind, yet I hadn't managed to save enough money for such a step. Around the same time, my dad's health took a turn for the worse, requiring nursing care after an early retirement that led to a decrease in our family's income. When I voiced my concerns, he comforted me, saying, "Oh, Helen, I have my pension. We'll manage." Given my mother's tendency to overspend, I couldn't help but question, "Are you sure we can make ends meet?" Nonetheless, we had to make do with what we had, our savings. Seeing my dad weary, possibly anxious about what lay ahead, weighed on me. He had always been there for me, supporting me through college and my return home due to mental health challenges. Leaving him in such a situation seemed unthinkable. My mom, too, was taken aback by my dad's sudden health issues. Wanting to give back and support my family, I decided to stay. "Don't worry, Dad. I've got this," I assured him. His surprised response, "Really? But can you really afford to?" pushed me to show him my bank account details, proving my financial stability. "Dad, I didn't realize you were doing so well," he admitted upon seeing my earnings. "Could you help out then?" "Of course," I replied. "You've supported me through so much. It's my turn to support us." This pledge led me to take on the household's financial responsibilities, covering everything from my father's medical expenses to daily living costs. I began transferring a set amount monthly to help with our expenses, and I created a new main credit card for my mom, adding her as an additional user since she previously relied on my dad's card. Both my dad and I tried to save as much as we could, encouraging my mom to do the same. Despite my efforts, my mom remained skeptical of my contribution and even suggested I should move out. My dad, recognizing the significance of my financial support, argued that without me, they'd face even greater difficulties. Reluctantly, my mom agreed to let me stay. While I continued my work and contributed at home, my mom took my help for granted and imposed stricter demands. "Can't you finish your chores faster?" she would ask. "Sorry, it's tough managing work and household tasks," I replied. She often doubted the difficulty of balancing both, leading to a growing strain in our relationship. My dad, however, understood and appreciated my contributions. We managed to maintain this arrangement for a year until, unfortunately, my dad's health declined further, requiring hospitalization. Every day, I made sure to visit my dad in the hospital. "Hey, Dad, how are you feeling today?" I'd ask. "Thank you, Helen. I'm not seeing much improvement, but I'm more concerned about how this is affecting you," he'd respond. I reassured him, "Don't worry about me. Looking after you is not a burden, but I've noticed things with Mom have been tense since you've been hospitalized." Living with my mom had become increasingly difficult, almost suffocating, yet my desire to support both of my parents never waned. I fondly remembered the days when she would carefully prepare my lunches and dinners during my school years. However, my feelings began to shift when my brother James and his wife Sarah showed up unannounced one day, apparently invited by my mom without my knowledge. James made it clear, "We're going to be staying here now." I was taken aback and questioned the sudden decision. He explained, "Mom's worried about you managing on your own while Dad's in the hospital." I looked to my mom for answers, but she avoided my gaze. James tried to reassure me, We're here to support you, Helen. However, Sarah's smirk hinted at an underlying tension. My mom then added, "Thank you both. Helen, you'll need to pull your weight, or living here could become difficult for you." Their sudden presence in our home marked the beginning of a challenging new chapter. Despite my brother's successful career and presumed financial stability, the dynamics at home became strained. My sister-in-law's demands, such as waking me up early to make breakfast, clashed with my work schedule. As someone who thrives in the early hours, these interruptions were particularly frustrating. "I'm already working," I protest, but she insisted. "Then hurry up and get breakfast ready. Must I do everything myself?" Our family mornings used to be laid back, with each of us eating whenever and whatever we preferred. I had assumed that, with my mother and sister-in-law at home, preparing breakfast would naturally fall to them. Yet my sister-in-law believed in shared responsibilities, pushing me to contribute. Reluctantly, I helped with breakfast, but my efforts seemed never to satisfy them. I had prepared a thoughtful meal of soft scrambled eggs, a lettuce salad, buttered toast, and a juicy sausage, a perfectly respectable breakfast, I believed. But their expectations were evidently much higher, adding to the growing tension within our household. Feeling a mix of frustration and disbelief, I responded to their complaints about breakfast. "If you don't like it, you don't have to eat it." They were visibly taken aback by my reaction. "What kind of attitude is that? Who do you think you are? It's not right for you not to help out more around the house," they criticized. "But I also have work," I tried to explain, only to be met with skepticism. "Work? Really? What kind of work do you call that? It sounds ridiculous," my brother and his wife rebuked, their words sharp and dismissive. Influenced by my mother, my brother had always had a tendency to belittle me and my efforts. Despite their attitudes, I knew the value of my work time. Without another word, I gathered my belongings, including my laptop, and left the house, ignoring my brother's calls after me. I headed directly to my dad's hospital room. Upon seeing my rushed entrance, he asked, "Helen, what's wrong? You look upset." After I shared what happened, he was taken aback. I had no idea things had gotten that bad at home. "I'm sorry, Helen. Remember, you can choose your own path in life." Feeling somewhat adrift, I reflected on how my mother seemed to prefer James's presence at home. My dad offered comforting words. "You don't have to stay in a place where you feel unwelcome. I want you to be happy. Live your life the way you see fit." His words bolstered my resolve to find a new living situation. Returning home that evening, I walked into a stern atmosphere. My mother, brother, and sister-in-law awaited with serious expressions. "Where have you been all day?" my brother demanded. "I thought you were at work. I took the day off because of you," he claimed, which surprised me. Taking a day off so abruptly seemed quite irresponsible to me. As the confrontation escalated, my brother and his wife made their stance clear. "Get out," my brother stated. "Why?" I asked, confused. "From now on, the two of us will live here. If you're not willing to fit in, you should leave." "We don't need your help," they insisted, attempting to push me out of my own home. "That's enough, Helen. You don't need to be here, especially now that your father isn't at home," my mother added, siding with them. It seemed they all viewed me more as a nuisance than a contributing member of the family. Did my mother not realize the extent of my financial contributions, even as she indulged in her monthly splurges on luxury items? I wondered how she would manage once her allowance from me stopped. Their disregard for my contributions and their decision to oust me from the house made it clear that it was time for me to carve out my own space, away from the familial tension and misunderstandings. My frustration reached its peak. Despite numerous attempts to explain my situation, my mother, brother, and sister-in-law continued to disregard my contributions. Pushed to my limits, I decided it was time for a strategic move, a sort of wake-up call for them. I discreetly transferred the funds from the bank account tied to my mother's credit card into another account under my control. curious to see her reaction when she found her card declined. Likewise, I reallocated some money from my father's account, which had been essential in supporting our household expenses. From then on, only his medical costs would be taken from this particular account, a detail my mother was not aware of. This shift placed a newfound financial pressure on my brother and his wife, challenging them to shoulder the burden I had held for so long. After setting my plan into motion, I packed up my life and announced, "I'm leaving this place." Their faces registered surprise at my declaration. Despite their continuous negative treatment, they hadn't expected me to actually make such a decisive move. However, their smirks seemed to suggest they found some pleasure in my departure. "You're finally leaving. There was never anyone as bothersome as you," they taunted, confident I wouldn't return. "Of course, I won't. And don't bother contacting me," I retorted. As I walked away, they were still smiling, but I wondered how long their amusement would last once reality set in. In my new sanctuary, I found peace and the space to fully dedicate myself to my work. Then, unexpectedly, my brother reached out, his voice laced with surprise and a hint of desperation. I thought I made it clear not to contact me. "What's the matter?" I asked, not hiding my annoyance. "Oh, that? Well, we didn't know. Why didn't you tell us?" He stumbled over his words. "I tried, remember? But my work and contributions were always dismissed," I reminded him. He tried to shift blame. "Well," Mom said, "and I guess I got confused. That's not really my fault, is it?" "No, it's not. But now you're experiencing the financial strain. Mom's spending habits, coupled with the unpaid bills, it's all on you now. Managing all that was part of how I supported the household. Now that I'm gone, you'll need to figure it out," I explained calmly. The reality of their new financial responsibilities was a stark wake-up call for my brother. Without me to rely on, they were forced to confront the consequences of their actions and attitudes. This move wasn't about revenge. It was about asserting my worth and the value of my contributions, teaching them a lesson in respect and responsibility as I embarked on a path to personal and professional fulfillment. I was taken aback when my brother reached out for financial help. "I need you to transfer some money into my bank account," he pleaded urgently. I couldn't help but express my disbelief. "Are you serious? You work for a large company. Shouldn't that be enough?" That's when he dropped the bombshell. "Actually, I was let go from the job because of a major mistake I made." This revelation left me speechless. It seemed my brother had returned to our parents' home under the assumption that it was financially secure, partly due to my father's retirement pension. I had long wanted to make it clear to him the critical role I played in keeping our family afloat financially. The thought of his surprise upon realizing that it was actually me who had been managing the household's finances, assuming they were stable, was ironically amusing. This surprise would soon extend to his wife and our mother as well. Soon after, my brother's wife joined the plea. "We really need your help. Our savings are running out." My mother chimed in with, "Your father is upset and won't be contributing to the household finances anymore. We're in a bind." But I had reached my limit. "I've supported you all more than enough. You're all capable of working, so it's time to support yourselves. I'll be cheering you on from afar," I responded, a mix of determination and resignation in my voice. A plea for reconsideration came through the phone, but I stood firm, distancing myself from my brother, his wife, and my mother. My father, too, found it difficult to go back to living with my mother, opting instead for legal advice and a new living arrangement. Thankfully, this allowed me to visit him daily, maintaining our bond. A friend filled me in on my family's current situation. My brother had downsized to a modest apartment, adopting a more frugal lifestyle. My mother, traditionally a homemaker, found adjusting to employment challenging, while my brother struggled to accept the perspectives of younger colleagues in his new part-time role, leading to short-lived employment. His wife became the Prisora breadwinner, working tirelessly until the burden became too great, prompting her departure. Now, reports suggest my brother and mother are working hard to make ends meet, though my mother's penchant for overspending continues, leading to accumulating debts. While I worry about their well-being, the distance I've put between us is a reminder of the boundaries I had to set for my own peace of mind and financial security. I've reached a point where providing further financial help isn't possible for me. Right now, I'm dedicating a lot of energy toward creating a comfortable life for myself. My income has been slowly rising, and I'm thinking about exploring new opportunities. One of my biggest goals is to visit my dad every day. I want to spend quality time with him and see his joyful smile more often.
At my engagement party, my dad demanded I give my $60,000 savings to my dropout brother, or the wedding was off. When I refused, he slapped me in front of everyone. I stood up, shaking but calm, and said, "You just lost everything." Then Derek's father stepped in with a court order. My name is Alyssa Monroe. I'm 28 years old, a software engineer living in Portland, Oregon. For most of my life, I've played by the rules. I planned ahead, stayed focused, and avoided drama. That's just how I was raised, or at least how I thought I was supposed to be. But if you ask me now, after everything that's happened, I'd say I was raised to be the backup plan. The reliable one. The one who'd never fight back. I met Derek 3 years ago at a collaborative tech architecture event. He's an architect, smart, warm, and deeply thoughtful. We hit it off instantly over a shared love of smart home automation. What started as project talk over coffee turned into long walks, late-night coding and blueprint sessions, and eventually love. We grew into a rhythm that felt easy and natural, and after a few years, we were ready for the next step: marriage. We weren't rich, but we were responsible. I've been saving since I was 19, slowly building a personal fund that started with leftover college money and grew over time with every bonus and investment win. By the time Derek proposed, I had saved $60,000. We planned a modest wedding, nothing flashy, just meaningful. We also agreed to use the rest for a down payment on a home. It felt like everything I had worked so hard for was finally coming together. Our engagement party was held on a clear Saturday evening on a rooftop overlooking the city. Strings of soft lights hung between the railings, and the view of downtown Portland was stunning. Our closest friends and some extended family mingled, holding glasses of wine and nibbling appetizers. Derek stood beside me, his arm gently around my back, smiling like there was no place else he'd rather be. Then my father tapped his glass with a fork. Everyone turned. He stood there, stiff in his dark gray suit, my mother Janice by his side, her smile tight and unreadable. "May I have your attention?" my father began, holding his wine like he was giving a boardroom presentation. "We're here to celebrate Alyssa and Derek's engagement. Congratulations to both of you." There was polite applause and some cheers. I smiled, feeling a touch nervous. Dad wasn't exactly known for sentimental speeches, but maybe he was about to surprise me. He didn't. "I'd also like to make an announcement," he said, his voice turning formal. After much discussion, Janice and I have decided that the $60,000 fund Alyssa has been saving will be redirected to support her younger brother Brandon in starting his new business. For a moment, I didn't process what he said. I laughed, just a soft chuckle. "That's a joke, right?" My dad's face didn't change. "No, Alyssa. Your brother has a vision. He's launching a recording studio, and this is his moment. You and Derek are both doing well financially. You don't need that money the way he does." I blinked at him. "That money is mine," I said calmly. "I've saved for years. I worked for it. You can't just decide to give it to Brandon." My mother spoke for the first time, quietly but firmly. "Sweetheart, your father, and I believe this is what's fair. You've always had more. Brandon deserves a chance." Brandon stood at a nearby table, arms crossed, face smug like this had already been settled. "It's not like you can't spare it," he added. "You're not struggling." My chest tightened. "That's not the point," I said, turning to them all. "The point is I planned. I sacrificed. I didn't blow through my college fund or bounce from job to job. I stayed steady. That fund is legally in my name. Dad stepped closer, his voice rising slightly. You're being selfish. This is about helping family. No, I said firmly, my voice shaking. This is about control. And then it happened. He raised his hand and slapped me hard across the face. Gasps echoed. I stumbled a step back, stunned. My cheek burned and tears stung my eyes, not from pain, but from the shock. Derek moved instantly, stepping between me and my father, his voice low but full of rage. You just hit your daughter, he said. In front of everyone. The room had gone silent. A waiter near the bar picked up a phone. I heard him say, Yes, we need police at the Highline Rooftop Lounge. There's been an assault. My mother didn't speak. She just stood beside my father, looking down at her wine glass like none of it concerned her. Brandon looked startled for once, unsure of what to say. Minutes later, 2 police officers arrived. They asked me what happened. I told them the truth. A guest stepped forward, confirming it. And just like that, my father was led out of the restaurant in handcuffs. I stood frozen, everything numb. My engagement party had just turned into a public arrest scene. Derek took my hand, held it tightly. My mother and brother left quietly, without a word. That night, Derek and I sat in our apartment in silence. I still hadn't processed it all. One minute, I was celebrating my future, and the next, I was pressing charges against my father. But somewhere deep inside, I felt something shifting. Not fear, not sadness. Clarity. For the first time, I realized this wasn't just a moment. It was the beginning of a war I never asked for, but one I would fight with every ounce of truth I had. And I wasn't backing down. The days after the engagement party felt like I was walking through fog. My cheek had healed quickly, but the bruise on my heart stayed. I kept asking myself the same question over and over. How did it come to this? My own father, the man who once taught me how to ride a bike and drilled the value of discipline into me, had publicly humiliated and assaulted me for money. Not for survival, not for justice. For Brandon. And my mother, she didn't lift a finger to stop it. She stood silently beside him, agreeing without ever opening her mouth. That silence hurt more than anything. A few days after the arrest, I made the decision to press charges. I thought it would give me some peace, some sense of justice. What I didn't expect was how quickly my parents retaliated. Just when I started to breathe again, a thick envelope arrived in my mailbox. It was from a law firm, Patterson and Wilkes. I didn't even open it at first. My hands shook as I stared at it. Derek was the one who finally took it, sat with me on the couch, and read it out loud. It was a lawsuit. My parents were suing me for the $60,000. Their claim? That the money had only ever been intended for educational use, and that I had no right to keep it now. They argued that I was misusing it, and that it rightfully belonged to the family, specifically to Brandon, so he could have a fresh start. I was speechless. I had received full legal control of that account when I turned 18. It was never labeled as college only. In fact, my dad had told both me and Brandon years ago that we could use the money however we wanted once we became adults. But of course, that was when he thought I'd follow his script. Brandon didn't. He'd burned through his college fund within 2 years. He went to a music school in Los Angeles, dropped out halfway, and then tried everything from streaming to producing his own podcast. He bought high-end gear, a new car, even rented out a recording space for 6 months. It all fell apart, like it always did with him. But now that I had managed to build something stable, they wanted my savings too. I knew I couldn't fight this alone. That's when I met Carmen Ellis, my lawyer. Sharp, calm, and no nonsense, she reviewed all the documents I brought and looked at me with absolute confidence. They don't have a case, she said plainly. This account was gifted to you, with no written restrictions. You've used it responsibly. Verbal promises don't override that. That should have made me feel safe. But it didn't. Because this wasn't just about the money. It was personal. They were trying to break me, wear me down until I gave in. But I wasn't going to. The court process started quickly. Filings, responses, document requests, it all came like waves. Every time I walked into the courtroom and saw my father sitting beside Brandon, both of them stone-faced, it chipped away at something inside me. My mother came to every hearing, always dressed in beige, always quiet. I couldn't tell if she was ashamed or if she just didn't care enough to show emotion. Brandon, on the other hand, was full of smirks. He looked proud of himself, like this was some kind of game he was winning. But when he took the stand during one of the hearings, that confidence cracked. Carmen asked him directly, "Brandon, did you use your educational fund exclusively for school expenses?"
He paused.
"Not all of it." Carmen nodded. "So you dropped out of college and then used the remaining amount on music equipment, car payments, and personal projects?" "That's not illegal," he said quickly. "No, it's not," Carmen agreed. "Which is why it's interesting that you're now suing your sister for using her own fund responsibly." He didn't have an answer. The judge was quiet but watchful. I saw the expression on her face shift slightly as Brandon stumbled over his responses. I could feel the courtroom turning. They were starting to see it, that this wasn't about fairness. It was about manipulation. It was about punishing me for not failing. But things weren't done yet. One evening, I got a call from my cousin, Elise. "Hey, Alyssa," she said gently. "I just wanted to ask, is it true that the wedding's off?"
"What?"
"No," I said, confused. "Why would you think that?" "I got an email."
"From you, I thought."
"It said you and Derek broke up because he cheated and the wedding's been canceled." My chest tightened. "I never sent that," I whispered. Within an hour, 3 more people reached out with similar messages. Emails claiming the wedding was off, citing personal problems, even screenshots of supposed text messages between me and Derek. Some were signed with my name. One even had our engagement photo attached. I checked my sent folder. Nothing. Someone had made a fake account pretending to be me. The worst part? It didn't stop there. Derek came home that night with a strange look on his face. "You're not going to believe this," he said. "Brandon sent me photos. Fake ones." My heart dropped. "Photos." He nodded grimly. "Photoshopped images of you with some guy. Badly done. But the implication was that you were cheating." He handed me his phone and I stared at the images. It was me, or at least my face, pasted onto a woman hugging someone in a bar. It would have been laughable if it weren't so deeply disturbing. "They're desperate," I said quietly. "They're trying to make you doubt me. Trying to make everyone turn against me." But Derek just pulled me close and kissed my forehead.
"Let them try," he said.
"We're stronger than that." We made a decision that night. We weren't taking any more chances. We hired professional security for the wedding. Sent them photos of my parents and Brandon. Strict instructions. None of them were allowed in. And as I lay awake that night, staring at the ceiling, I knew this story wasn't over. They weren't just trying to take my money anymore. They wanted my peace, my name, my life. But I had something they would never have. The truth. The week leading up to the wedding was supposed to be exciting, filled with final touches, fittings, laughter, and the usual chaos that comes with planning a major life event. Instead, it was tense, quiet, and covered in shadows I couldn't shake. Every day brought a new reminder that my family had declared war on me, and they weren't done yet. We had hired 2 professional security guards from a private agency in Portland. They were thorough and took the threat seriously. We gave them clear instructions and physical photos. Do not allow Richard Monroe, Janice Monroe, or Brandon Monroe anywhere near the venue. I hated that it had come to this, but I wasn't taking any chances. Not after the fake emails, the photoshopped images, and the courtroom games. Still, I couldn't help but feel like something else was coming. The night before the wedding, I barely slept. I kept going over every detail, every vulnerability. The entrance gate, the side path near the kitchen, the service exit. Derek told me to breathe, to trust that we'd done everything we could.
He was right.
But I couldn't shake the feeling that they'd try something anyway. The wedding was set in a beautiful garden venue just outside the city. Quiet, private, and exactly what we had imagined. Nothing extravagant. Just soft lights, wooden chairs, and flowers that Derek and I had chosen ourselves. It felt personal.
Ours.
I was in the bridal suite, dressed and ready, trying to keep my hands from shaking. My best friend, Elena, sat beside me, fixing the edge of my veil. "This is your moment, Alyssa," she said, her voice gentle. "You've earned every second of it." And just as I nodded, trying to hold in tears, there was a knock on the door. One of the guards stepped in quietly. "Miss Monroe," he said carefully, "we've detained someone trying to enter through the back gate." My stomach dropped.
Who?
"Brandon," he replied,
He was alone.
carrying a large tote bag. When we searched it, we found a bottle of black ink, several rags, and gloves. The breath caught in my throat. "He was going to ruin the dress," I whispered. "Yes, ma'am," the guard said. "Would you like us to contact the sheriff?" I stared at the floor for a few seconds. Every part of me wanted to scream, to have him arrested, to make him answer for everything he'd done. But it was my wedding day. I wasn't giving him that power. "No," I said finally. "Just remove him. Make sure he's nowhere near this place. And please double-check the perimeter. I don't want any surprises." The guard nodded and left. Elena looked at me in disbelief.
He brought ink, she said.
He actually planned to destroy everything. I sat down slowly. They've already tried everything else. When they couldn't take the money, they went after my name. When that didn't work, they tried to break me and Derek apart. And now this. Elena took my hands in hers. "You didn't let them win." The ceremony began 15 minutes later. My Uncle Mark, my mom's older brother, walked me down the aisle. He had been one of the few relatives who stood by me through all of this. As I walked down the path lined with fresh white petals, I saw Derek standing at the altar, eyes on me, smiling like I was all he saw. And for a moment, I forgot all the pain, all the betrayal, all the scars. It was just me and him, under the sky, surrounded by people who truly cared. We said our vows, honest, personal words about loyalty, partnership, and never giving up on each other. We didn't mention the past. We didn't need to. Everyone who mattered already knew. When we kissed, the crowd erupted into cheers. My heart was full, not just because I was now married to the love of my life, but because I had made it. I had survived the storm without letting it break me. The reception was magical. Soft music played. There were heartfelt speeches, dancing, laughter. My cousin Elise gave a toast and said, "Alyssa didn't just stand her ground. She built a new one." I'll never forget that. We danced like nothing else mattered. Derek held me close, whispering, "This is the start of everything." Later that night, as we left the venue under a sky full of stars, I turned back one last time. The lights were still glowing, people still smiling, and it hit me, Brandon didn't get to take that away. My parents didn't win. They couldn't touch this part of my life. I had shielded it, protected it, with every ounce of strength I had. A few weeks later, we settled into our new place, a small but smartly designed house just outside the city. Solar panels, high-efficiency appliances, and a backyard that caught the sunset just right. We used the rest of the $60,000 fund exactly as we planned. We built a life, quiet, stable, and free from chaos. I thought things might finally calm down, until I ran into my cousin Rachel at the grocery store. "Hey," she said carefully after a quick hug. "Did you hear about Brandon's big wedding?" I raised an eyebrow.
No.
"We're not exactly talking." She looked uneasy. "Your parents took out a private loan. Like, a large one. They're throwing a massive wedding for him. Grand Oak Ballroom. Out-of-state catering. Designer suits. It's kind of a thing." I let out a quiet laugh. "So, they went into debt for that?" Rachel nodded. "They didn't invite you, I guess?"
No.
"But I'm not surprised. Would you have gone if they did?" I looked at her, calm and unshaken. "He tried to ruin my wedding with a bottle of ink."
So no.
I wouldn't have gone. She didn't say anything after that, just nodded and walked away. That night, I looked around our little home. Photos on the wall, books stacked by the window, a note Derek had left on the fridge telling me to eat the last slice of cake. I wasn't rich. I didn't have my parents' approval or some big dramatic reconciliation. But I had peace. And for the first time in my life, I knew that was enough. A few months passed, and life finally started to feel normal. Peaceful even. Derek and I fell into our rhythm. Early mornings with coffee on the porch, long days filled with work we both loved, quiet dinners with music playing low in the background. We were building something real, something strong. And for once, it didn't feel like something could crash through the walls at any moment. The storms had passed, or so I thought. Brandon's wedding happened about 4 months after ours. We didn't get an invitation, of course. Not that I expected one. But I heard plenty about it. Through texts, calls, whispers at family functions I wasn't invited to. I didn't need to see pictures. I already knew the story. My parents, still wounded by the fallout from my wedding, had decided to go all in on his. It was held at the Grand Oak Ballroom, one of the most expensive venues in Portland. Champagne towers, custom lighting, flown-in musicians, even a drone show. I heard they hired a private chef from California and ordered personalized gold-trimmed invitations. All of it paid for with a loan that, according to my cousin Elise, had already started causing financial strain. They're pretending like the past year didn't happen, she told me over coffee one weekend. Like none of the courtroom stuff, or the slap, or the ink at your wedding ever existed. They're building a fantasy, I said. One big enough to hide all the cracks. Elise looked at me. Some people think they're trying to erase you. Replace your story with Brandon's. That didn't hurt the way it once might have. It didn't surprise me either. If there was one thing I'd learned through all of this, it was that people who refuse to take accountability will go to any length to control the narrative. They'll rewrite the past if it means saving face. But I didn't care anymore. Let them rewrite it. Let them decorate it with gold-trimmed lies. I knew the truth. So did the people who mattered. What surprised me more was what happened after the wedding. Slowly, things started unraveling. A few of my aunts and uncles, people who had stayed silent during the lawsuit, started speaking up. They didn't like how my parents had treated me. Some even admitted they hadn't attended Brandon's wedding because of it. My father, from what I heard, was furious. Not because he missed me, but because the image he tried so hard to protect was starting to crack anyway. My mother remained quiet. I didn't hear a word from her, not a message on my birthday, not a holiday card. At first, that silence stung. I still sometimes caught myself wondering if she'd ever reach out. But then I'd remember the look on her face that night on the rooftop, the one where she let it all happen. I didn't need people in my life who only showed love when it was easy. One afternoon, while Derek and I were rearranging the guest room, just in case friends or family ever visited, I looked around and smiled. There were pictures from our honeymoon in Costa Rica on the wall. A small bookshelf we built ourselves. A candle flickering on the windowsill. Nothing fancy, but it felt like home. Derek laughed as he wrestled with the legs of the bed frame. So, he said, wiping sweat from his forehead, who do you think will be our first guest? I paused. The question caught me off guard. For a second, my mind flashed to the past, my parents, Brandon, holidays that now seemed like another life. Someone who truly cares about us, I finally answered. That's who I want in this house. He smiled and reached for my hand. That's all we need. The longer I stayed away from the chaos, the clearer everything became. My parents hadn't been trying to help Brandon. They were trying to preserve a lie. A lie where I was the villain for saying no. For not sacrificing myself for someone else's poor choices. For holding my ground. And you know what? I didn't regret it. I didn't regret pressing charges. I didn't regret fighting the lawsuit. I didn't regret hiring security or cutting ties. Because I had protected something more important than a fund or a wedding. I had protected myself. There was no grand apology. No tearful reunion. Just silence. But in that silence, I found space to heal.
To breathe. To grow.
Some people think revenge is about getting back at someone. But for me, it was about not letting them win. Not letting them change me. Not letting their bitterness take root in my future. My revenge was this life. My revenge was waking up each morning in a home I helped build, beside a man who never wavered. It was knowing that I never stooped to their level, never gave them the chaos they wanted. My boundaries became my power. And now, when people ask what happened, I don't tell them the whole story. Not unless they really want to know. I just smile and say, I chose peace. Because that's what I did. I chose to walk away from a family who couldn't celebrate my happiness unless they controlled it. I chose a new path, one filled with truth, respect, and love that didn't come with strings. In the end, I didn't need revenge the way they expected. I didn't ruin Brandon's wedding. I didn't fight fire with fire. I didn't send emails or drag their names through the mud. I just told the truth.
And I lived.
That was enough. That was everything. During our honeymoon, my mother-in-law pulled off a shocking betrayal by stealing my $25,000 diamond necklace. When we got home and I asked her about it, she exploded in anger. She slapped me hard and pushed me against the wall. To my surprise, my husband stood by her side. Heartbroken, I left the house, planning my revenge. They had no idea I had a big surprise coming that would change everything. My name is Lisa, and I'm a 30-year-old software developer living in San Francisco. When I think back to my life, I can still remember the excitement of my wedding day, the hope I felt for the future, and the way my heart swelled with love for my college sweetheart, James. We had met during our university years and bonded over late-night study sessions and shared dreams of what our lives would look like. I thought I had found my perfect partner. But as the saying goes, the path to true happiness isn't always smooth. Shortly after we exchanged vows, I realized that my fairy tale was beginning to unravel. The first signs of trouble were subtle, like a slow leak in a tire that gradually worsens until you're stranded on the side of the road. The culprit? James's mother, Martha. Martha, a woman in her mid-50s, raised James on her own and had always been fiercely protective of him. I had seen this dynamic during our dating years. She often called him several times a day, insisting on knowing his whereabouts and opinions on everything. I had assumed it was just a quirky part of their relationship, something I could work around. After all, love is about compromise, right? But once we were married, her interference turned into something much more invasive. Almost immediately, Martha began criticizing my choices, everything from the way I decorated our home to the meals I prepared. I remember one particular instance when she visited unannounced and found me experimenting with a new recipe. "What are you cooking, Lisa?" "That looks awful," she said with a disdainful look on her face, as if she were inspecting a science experiment gone wrong. "Just trying a new pasta dish, Martha," I replied, trying to keep my voice calm. "Isn't it a bit too rich?" "You should stick to the basics," she retorted, shaking her head. I felt my cheeks flush with embarrassment, but I tried to brush it off. I thought she means well. I kept reminding myself that she was just trying to help, even when it felt like she was tearing me down. As weeks turned into months, her visits became more frequent and less welcome. She would drop by without calling, using a spare key that I didn't even know she had. I would walk into our living room, only to find her rearranging the furniture as if it were her own home. "This will give the space a better flow," she would say, waving her hand dismissively when I expressed my hesitations. The tension between Martha and me grew, and James seemed oblivious. Whenever I would try to bring it up, he would shrug it off, saying things like, "You know how my mom is. Just try to be patient." It was infuriating. How could he not see how her behavior was affecting me? I began to feel isolated, trapped in a situation where my voice was drowned out by his mother's constant interference. The love I felt for James started to fade under the weight of frustration and hurt. Then, one day, James suggested we go on a honeymoon to Hawaii, a chance to reconnect and escape the chaos. I felt a wave of relief wash over me. Finally, a break for Martha. However, that relief was short-lived when Martha insisted on joining us. "James, I don't think that's a good idea," I said, trying to mask my panic. But James, for the first time, stood his ground. "Mom, it's not a family trip. It's our honeymoon, just Lisa and me." I was stunned. This was the first time I saw him assert himself against his mother, and it filled me with hope. Maybe there was a chance for us after all. When we returned from the trip, everything seemed to be in place. James and I had rekindled our romance, and I was excited to return home. But when I opened the door to our bedroom, my heart dropped. Our room was a disaster zone. Clothes were thrown everywhere, jewelry drawers were broken, and my precious diamond necklace, a wedding gift from my mother worth $25,000, was missing. "James, come here," I screamed, my voice shaking. "What's wrong?" he asked, rushing into the room. "I can't find my necklace. Look at this mess. What happened here?" I gestured wildly at the chaos. James's face paled as he surveyed the room.
"I don't know."
"This is so strange," he muttered, confusion and concern etched across his face. Desperate, I turned to him. "Do you think it could be?" "No, Lisa. I can't believe my mother would do something like this," he interrupted, his tone defensive. I swallowed hard, feeling a knot form in my stomach. But deep down, the suspicion crept in. I couldn't shake the feeling that Martha was somehow involved. I needed to find answers. That night, sleep eluded me as I tossed and turned, haunted by the disarray of our bedroom and the absence of my cherished necklace. I couldn't understand how Martha could betray me like this. The woman who I thought was merely overbearing had transformed into someone I feared. The following day, I decided to take action. I visited several jewelry stores in the area, searching for any sign of my necklace. After hours of looking and nearly giving up hope, I entered a small shop tucked away in a corner of the city. As I scanned the displays, my heart stopped. There it was, my diamond necklace gleaming under the glass. "Excuse me," I called the shopkeeper over. "Can I see that necklace, please?" When I held it in my hands, it felt like the ground beneath me shifted. I needed to know who had sold it. "Can you show me the CCTV footage from when this necklace came in?" I asked, my voice steady despite the chaos in my mind. The shopkeeper obliged, and as I watched the footage, my heart sank. There, clearly on the screen, was Martha, my mother-in-law, handing over my precious necklace. I felt a whirlwind of emotions, betrayal, anger, and disbelief. Furious, I rushed home, ready to confront her. But as I approached the door, I found Martha waiting for me, arms crossed and a smug smile on her face. "What are you doing here, Lisa? You look like you've seen a ghost," she sneered. "Don't play games with me, Martha." "I know what you did," I snapped, my heart pounding. Her smile faltered for a moment, and in that split second, I felt a surge of confidence. I had the proof, but what happened next would change everything. I was about to confront the woman who had wreaked havoc in my life. I just didn't know how deep the betrayal would run. Standing at the doorstep, I took a deep breath, trying to gather my thoughts. Martha's presence was suffocating, and I felt the anger bubbling inside me like a volcano ready to erupt. I had never imagined confronting my mother-in-law would feel like this, like stepping into a battlefield where the stakes were so high. "Lisa, why are you staring at me like that? If you have something to say, just say it," Martha said, her tone dripping with mockery. "Enough with the games, Martha. I know you sold my diamond necklace." I blurted out, my voice shaking with a mix of rage and disbelief. "I saw you on the security footage at the jewelry store." Her expression changed instantaneously. The smugness vanished, replaced by a flicker of anger. "How dare you accuse me of stealing?" she retorted, her voice rising. "You've always had a wild imagination, haven't you?" "I'm not imagining anything. You took something that doesn't belong to you, and it's time you admit it." I shot back, stepping closer to her, unwilling to let her intimidation tactics work on me this time. Martha's eyes narrowed as she took a step forward, invading my personal space. "You think you can come into my house and throw accusations at me? You're just jealous that I raised James alone and that he still cares for me. You'll never be as important as his mother," she spat, her voice full of venom. "Being his wife doesn't mean I'm less important. You need to understand that I'm part of this family too, but you act like I'm just an inconvenience," I replied, my heart racing. I felt an overwhelming need to defend myself, to make her see that I was not going to back down this time. Suddenly, James walked through the door, a bag of groceries in hand. The moment he saw us standing there, tension thick in the air, he dropped the bag and rushed over. "What's going on? Why does it look like you two are about to kill each other?" "Martha has been lying to me, James." I know she sold my necklace, and I'm done pretending everything is fine, I said, my voice rising. I turned to him, desperate for support. You need to believe me. I have proof. James looked between us, confusion etched on his face. Mom, is this true? He asked, his tone wavering.
I didn't do anything.
Lisa is just trying to stir up trouble because she can't handle the fact that I'm still in your life, Martha interjected, throwing her hands up defensively. James's gaze shifted from his mother to me, and I could see the turmoil in his eyes. I need to hear this from both of you. What exactly happened? He asked, trying to mediate. I took a deep breath, my heart pounding. I found the necklace in a pawn shop, James. I have the footage. Your mother sold it while we were on our honeymoon, I explained, the words rushing out of me. James turned to Martha, who was now visibly sweating, her composure cracking. Is that true? Did you sell Lisa's necklace?
I
borrowed it, she stammered, trying to twist the narrative. I thought it was just lying around. I didn't mean to cause any trouble. Borrowed? It's not borrowing if you sell it. I shouted, my frustration boiling over. You stole it. You knew how much it meant to me. Stop yelling, both of you, James shouted, his voice echoing in the small entryway. This is not helping. Mom, why would you do something like this? It was a mistake. Martha snapped, her defensive nature kicking in. I thought it was just an old piece of jewelry, something that was forgotten. I didn't know it was special to her. Enough of your excuses, I exclaimed. You've done nothing but disrespect me since day one. I've tried to be patient, but this is crossing a line. James's silence was deafening. I felt like I was standing on the edge of a cliff, waiting for him to pull me back or let me fall. I can't believe this, James finally said, looking defeated. Mom, you have to understand what you did is unacceptable. We need to figure out how to fix this. Fix this? How can we fix this when she's made it clear she doesn't trust me? I said, pointing at Martha. I'm done being the one who has to compromise. You need to make a choice, James. Martha's eyes flashed with anger as she took a step back, her expression darkening. You think you can come into our family and make demands? You're nothing without my son. That statement stung like a slap to the face, and I felt tears prick my eyes. I am not nothing. I am his wife, and I deserve your respect. James looked between us, visibly torn. I need time to think, he finally said, his voice low. I can't deal with this right now. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving me alone with Martha. The tension hung in the air, thick and suffocating. I felt a sense of despair wash over me, knowing that things had reached a breaking point. Your husband is weak, Lisa, Martha sneered, her voice dripping with disdain. You'll never win this fight. I will always be his mother. In that moment, I knew I couldn't stay in this toxic environment any longer. I felt like a puppet on strings, and it was time to cut them. I needed to reclaim my life, my identity, and my dignity. With that thought, I turned on my heel and walked out, determined to find a way to seek justice for the betrayal I had suffered. Leaving James and Martha in that heated moment was one of the hardest things I had ever done. I felt like I was walking away from my marriage, but I knew that staying would only lead to more heartache. As I drove back to my mother's house, my heart raced with a mix of fear and determination. I couldn't let Martha's betrayal go unpunished. When I arrived, my mother was in the kitchen, humming to herself as she prepared dinner. The smell of her famous lasagna filled the air, and for a brief moment, I felt comforted. But the weight of my troubles came crashing back as I recounted the events of the day. Oh, sweetheart, I'm so sorry you're going through this, my mother said, her eyes filled with concern. You deserve so much better. I need to do something about it, Mom. I can't just let her get away with this, I replied, my voice firm. I'm going to report her to the police. My mother's face reflected my own determination. If that's what you think is best, then I support you. We'll gather any evidence you need. That night, we pored over the footage from the jewelry store and made a list of everything that had happened. I documented my conversations with James, highlighting how dismissive he had been about Martha's behavior. I felt empowered, like I was taking back control over my life. The next day, I contacted the local police department and scheduled an appointment to report the theft. As I prepared for my meeting, I felt a whirlwind of emotions, nervousness, anger, but also a sense of purpose. I was no longer the quiet wife being pushed around. I was ready to stand up for myself. When I arrived at the station, I was greeted by an officer who took me into a small room to discuss my case. I showed him the footage of Martha selling the necklace and explained the situation. The officer listened intently, nodding along as I spoke. "This is a serious matter, Ms. Miller. Theft is not something we take lightly. We'll need to investigate further, but I assure you that we will do everything we can to help you," he said, his tone reassuring. Relief washed over me as I left the station. I had taken the first step toward justice, and I felt like a weight had been lifted off my shoulders. I was determined to see this through, no matter how hard it might be. Over the next few days, the police worked diligently on my case, collecting evidence and reaching out to pawn shops in the area. They were able to confirm the sale of my necklace and also uncovered additional details that pointed to Martha's history of questionable behavior. One afternoon, as I was sitting at my mother's kitchen table, my phone rang. It was the officer I had spoken to earlier. "Ms. Miller, we've gathered enough evidence to move forward with an arrest. Would you like to be present when we take your mother-in-law into custody?" he asked. I hesitated for a moment, the gravity of the situation hitting me. But then I remembered how much Martha had hurt me, how she had invaded my life and disrespected my marriage. "Yes, I want to be there," I replied, my voice steady. The following day, I drove to the location where they had planned to arrest Martha. My heart raced as I waited, anxiety bubbling beneath the surface. I couldn't believe it had come to this. My mother-in-law, the woman who was supposed to support me, was about to face the consequences of her actions. When the police arrived, they approached Martha as she was leaving her house, her usual air of arrogance stripped away. I watched from a distance, my heart pounding in my chest. "Martha Ellen, you are under arrest for theft," the officer announced, and I felt a surge of triumph rush through me. This was justice. As they handcuffed her and led her away, I stood there, watching her world crumble. I realized that I was finally free from the chains that had bound me, and in that moment, I felt empowered. I was no longer the victim. I was a survivor, ready to reclaim my life. The day Martha was arrested marked a pivotal moment in my life. I had faced her down and taken control of my own narrative. After the police took her away, I felt a strange mix of emotions, relief, sadness, and an undeniable sense of empowerment. I knew that I had done the right thing, but the reality of the situation weighed heavily on my heart. In the days that followed, I found myself in a whirlwind of legal processes. Martha's arrest led to charges of theft, and I learned that she would likely face serious consequences for her actions. I felt a sense of closure starting to form, but I also had to confront the fact that my marriage with James was hanging by a thread. James reached out to me multiple times, pleading for a chance to talk. I was hesitant, but knew we needed to address the elephant in the room. One evening, we met at a coffee shop halfway between our homes. As I walked in, I felt a mixture of hope and dread. Could we salvage our relationship, or had too much damage been done? "Lisa, I'm so glad you agreed to meet," James said, his voice shaky as he sat down across from me. "I've been worried sick about you." "I've been worried about you too, James," I replied, keeping my tone neutral. "But we need to talk about everything that's happened. You need to understand how hurtful your mother's actions were and how your support, or lack thereof, affected me." He nodded, looking down at his coffee. "I know. I can't believe she would do something like that. I should have stood up for you sooner. I'm sorry." "Sorry isn't enough, James. Your mother has caused irreparable harm," I said, my voice rising slightly. "I've lost trust in both of you. You need to decide whose side you're on." "I'm on your side, Lisa." "I love you," he exclaimed, desperation creeping into his voice. "Then you need to prove it." "I can't continue in a marriage where I feel like a second-class citizen," I replied, trying to keep my emotions in check. "You need to choose between me and her." We talked for hours, but it was clear that the rift between us was too wide. Although he professed his love for me, I couldn't shake the feeling that his loyalty to his mother would always come first. As we parted ways that evening, I knew I had made my decision. The following week, I filed for divorce. It was painful, but I felt lighter, as if I had shed a weight I had been carrying for far too long. Martha's court date was set for a few weeks later. When the day arrived, I felt a mix of anxiety and anticipation as I entered the courtroom. I wanted to see justice served, to show Martha that her actions had consequences. When she walked in, she looked older, more haggard than I had ever seen her. It was a stark reminder of how far things had fallen. The proceedings were swift. The evidence was clear, and it didn't take long for the judge to issue a verdict. Martha was sentenced to community service and ordered to pay restitution for the necklace, along with additional fines totaling $25,000. As the gavel struck, I felt a surge of vindication. This was justice, and I had finally reclaimed my life. With the divorce finalized shortly after and Martha's fate sealed, I began to embrace my newfound freedom. I focused on my career, pouring my energy into projects that inspired me. I took up new hobbies, explored the city, and spent quality time with my mother, who had been my rock throughout this tumultuous journey. In the months that followed, I learned to cherish my independence. I discovered my strength in solitude and began to rebuild my life on my terms. I reflected on the lessons I had learned about trust, respect, and the importance of standing up for myself. As I sat in my apartment one evening, sipping a glass of wine and watching the sunset over the city skyline, I felt a sense of peace wash over me. I was no longer bound by the toxicity of my past. I had turned the page and was ready to embrace a bright new chapter filled with hope and possibilities. I had faced betrayal and fought for justice, and now I was finally free. My cruel sister-in-law ruined my wedding dress with scissors, and I was shocked. I secretly recorded her and told my husband, but he took no action and favored his sister. I was filled with anger as I played the recording on the big screen during the wedding event. She was furious and slapped me hard across the face. I decided to take revenge and give her a shocking surprise by throwing her out of the event. My name is Amelia, and I want to share my journey. A journey filled with love, betrayal, and ultimately empowerment. It all began in Dallas, Texas, where I was just an ordinary 30-year-old office administrator, navigating the daily grind of work while searching for a spark in my life. I never imagined that joining a gym would change everything for me. It was a sunny morning when I walked into Liam's gym for the first time. I was nervous. I had never been the athletic type, and the sight of well-toned bodies working out was intimidating. But I was determined to get fit and feel good about myself. Little did I know that this place would introduce me to Liam, the gym owner, who would become the love of my life. Liam was 32, dedicated to fitness, and had a magnetic personality. He had dark hair, deep brown eyes, and a smile that could light up a room. On my first day, I stumbled through a workout, feeling awkward and out of place. That's when Liam noticed me. "Hey there." "First time?" he asked, his voice warm and encouraging. I nodded, trying to catch my breath. "Yeah, I'm just trying to get into it." "Well, I can show you some basics if you'd like," he offered. And just like that, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. Over the next year, Liam and I spent countless hours together in the gym. He became my personal trainer, guiding me through workouts, offering tips, and cheering me on. As I grew stronger, so did my feelings for him. He was supportive, kind, and incredibly easy to talk to. One afternoon, as we finished a particularly tough session, Liam looked at me with a sparkle in his eyes. "You've come a long way, Amelia. I'm proud of you." "Thanks, Liam. I couldn't have done it without your help," I replied, feeling a rush of gratitude. That day, we shared a lingering glance that shifted everything. We went for coffee afterward, and I learned about his life. Liam spoke of his dreams of expanding his gym and his passion for fitness. I told him about my job, my hopes, and my struggles. It felt like we had known each other forever. As our friendship blossomed into something deeper, we began dating. Liam was not just my trainer anymore. He was my partner, my confidant. We laughed, shared meals, and spent weekends exploring the city. It was blissful, and for the first time, I felt truly happy. However, there was one thing that cast a shadow over our relationship: Liam's younger sister, Sophia. At 28, she was beautiful and charismatic, but also controlling and demanding. Sophia had always been the star of the family, and I quickly learned she had a specific idea of who Liam should marry. She believed he needed to elevate his status by marrying someone from a wealthy family, and in her eyes, I was not that person. The tension between us was palpable. Sophia would drop by unexpectedly, often at the worst times, just to remind me of my shortcomings. I could sense her disapproval, and it made me uneasy. One evening, as Liam and I were enjoying a quiet dinner at my apartment, the doorbell rang. "Amelia, can you get that?" Liam asked, looking up from his plate. "Sure," I replied, feeling a knot tighten in my stomach as I opened the door to find Sophia standing there, arms crossed and a judgmental expression on her face. "Hi, Liam. I hope I'm not interrupting anything important," she said with a saccharine smile, though her tone betrayed her. Liam sighed, looking at me apologetically. "Sophia, maybe you could give us some time?" "Oh, don't mind me. I just came to see how my brother was doing," she replied, stepping inside uninvited. As she settled onto the couch, I could feel my heart racing. It was hard to enjoy our evening when I felt her eyes scrutinizing me. She launched into a discussion about her plans for a charity event, constantly reminding Liam of the types of people he should be mingling with. "Honestly, Liam, you should consider more high-profile connections. You're running a gym now. You need to be in those circles," Sophia said, her voice dripping with superiority. I tried to stay composed, but her words stung. "I believe in building genuine connections, Sophia," Liam replied, irritation creeping into his voice. "Amelia and I are happy, and that's what matters," Sophia huffed, rolling her eyes. "Sure, but you could do better." Her words hung in the air, heavy and uncomfortable. I glanced at Liam, who looked equally frustrated. After a few more minutes of back and forth, Sophia finally left, but the damage was done. "I'm sorry you had to deal with that," Liam said, pulling me into a hug. "I'll talk to her." "No, Liam, please don't," I said quickly. "I don't want to create more tension. I just want to focus on us." But deep down, I felt the unease growing. I wanted to be accepted by Liam's family, but it seemed impossible with Sophia around. As our wedding day approached, the excitement was overshadowed by my anxiety about Sophia's behavior. Liam reassured me, "I'll handle Sophia, I promise. Don't let her get to you." I wanted to believe him, but the nagging worry lingered. Would she try to sabotage our big day? Little did I know that my fears were about to become a reality, and the drama was only just beginning. The day of my wedding finally arrived, and I could hardly contain my excitement. I had spent months planning every detail, from the flowers to the cake, envisioning the moment I would walk down the aisle toward Liam. He was waiting for me, and nothing could overshadow the love we shared. I was determined to focus on the happiness that awaited us. The ceremony took place in a charming little chapel in Dallas, decorated with soft white flowers and twinkling fairy lights. My heart raced as I donned my wedding dress, a beautiful gown that hugged my curves perfectly, making me feel like a princess. My best friend, Julia, stood beside me, her eyes gleaming with joy. "You look incredible, Amelia," she exclaimed as she adjusted my veil. "Liam is going to be blown away."
Thank you.
"I just hope Sophia behaves," I said, my voice tinged with anxiety. Julia frowned slightly. "Just ignore her. Today is about you and Liam." As I stepped into the chapel, the sound of soft music filled the air, and I took a deep breath, soaking in the moment. When I finally saw Liam standing at the altar, my worries began to fade. He looked handsome in his tailored suit, his eyes sparkling with love. The moment we locked eyes, it felt as if the world around us disappeared. The ceremony was beautiful, filled with laughter, heartfelt vows, and the promise of a lifetime together. But as I glanced at the pews, I spotted Sophia sitting with a scowl on her face, arms crossed tightly over her chest. I tried to push aside the unease. This was our day, and nothing would ruin it. After the ceremony, we moved to the reception venue, a lovely banquet hall adorned with flowers and sparkling lights. Guests mingled, laughter echoed, and the atmosphere was joyous. Liam and I danced, lost in each other's arms, and I felt like the luckiest woman alive. Then everything changed. I had just stepped away to chat with some friends when I caught sight of Sophia near the bridal suite. She was in there, and my heart sank as I noticed she was holding something. Curiosity got the better of me, and I quietly approached the door, peeking inside. To my horror, I saw her with scissors in hand, snipping away at my wedding dress that was hung nearby.
No.
"What are you doing?" I gasped, my heart racing as I stepped into the room. Sophia turned, wide-eyed, the scissors clattering to the floor. "Amelia."
I
was just fixing it," she stammered, her smile feigning innocence. "Fixing it? You're ruining it," I shouted, grabbing my phone to record the moment. I knew I had to document this betrayal. "Stay on my business, Amelia. You don't belong here," she snapped, her voice dripping with disdain. I felt a mix of shock and anger boiling inside me. "You can't be serious. This is my wedding day, and you're trying to ruin it. How low can you go?" Before she could respond, I turned and rushed out of the suite, shaking with adrenaline. I found Liam, who was speaking with guests, and pulled him aside. "Liam, you won't believe what Sophia just did," I said, breathless. "What happened?" he asked, concern etched on his face. "She was cutting my wedding dress," I exclaimed, showing him the recording. He looked at the video, his expression shifting from confusion to anger. "I can't believe this. I'm going to talk to her." "No, please don't," I pleaded. "I don't want to escalate things. Let's just focus on the wedding." But I could see the fire in Liam's eyes, and I knew this wouldn't be over. As we returned to the festivities, I tried to shake off the incident, but the weight of Sophia's actions lingered. As the night wore on, we danced, laughed, and celebrated with our loved ones. I tried to push aside my worries, but deep down, I knew this wouldn't be the last I heard from Sophia. The truth was, I had a growing sense that her actions were rooted in something deeper than mere jealousy. The reception continued in full swing, but my heart was heavy. As the last dance approached, I couldn't shake the feeling that Sophia would find a way to ruin this night for us, and I was determined to be ready. I would not let her control my happiness any longer. Little did I know that the night was far from over, and a shocking revelation awaited just around the corner. The celebration at our wedding reception was in full swing, with laughter and music echoing throughout the hall. As the last dance drew near, I tried to put Sophia's earlier actions behind me. Liam held me close, spinning me around the dance floor, and for a moment, I felt like nothing could ruin our happiness. But deep down, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. As we wrapped up our final dance, I scanned the room for Sophia. I hadn't seen her since our confrontation in the bridal suite, and I felt a knot of anxiety forming in my stomach. What if she was plotting something else? Just then, I spotted her in a corner, her arms crossed tightly, her face a mask of anger. "Liam, I need to talk to you," I said, pulling him away from the crowd. "What's wrong?" he asked, concern etched on his face. "I'm worried about Sophia. I think she's up to something," I confessed, glancing back to see if she was watching us. Liam sighed, frustration evident in his voice. "She's always up to something. Just try to ignore her, Amelia. It's our day." But I couldn't ignore the feeling that she wouldn't let this go. As the night continued, the joyous atmosphere began to wane. Guests were starting to filter out, and I was exhausted from pretending that everything was perfect. I needed to find out what Sophia was planning. Suddenly, the music stopped, and the room fell silent as Sophia took center stage, a microphone in hand. "Can I have everyone's attention, please?" she called out, her voice carrying across the room. I felt my heart race. What was she doing? "Amelia," she began, her tone sweet but laced with something darker, "I think it's only fair that everyone knows the truth about you." I exchanged a worried glance with Liam. "What is she talking about?" he muttered under his breath. "Amelia may look like the perfect bride, but I have something to share that might change your minds about her," Sophia continued, her voice dripping with insincerity. I felt a wave of dread wash over me. What could she possibly say? I caught her last week at the gym, trying to flirt with my boyfriend, Ethan, Sophia announced, gesturing dramatically to where Ethan stood, his expression caught between confusion and concern. Gasps rippled through the crowd. I could feel the heat rising to my cheeks, a mix of anger and humiliation. That's a lie, I shouted, my voice trembling. Ethan and I have never flirted. You're just trying to ruin my wedding day. Sophia smirked, clearly enjoying the attention. Oh, really? Then what do you call this? She pulled out her phone and started playing a video. I recognized the video immediately. It was a clip of me speaking with Ethan at the gym. We were discussing fitness goals, and while we were laughing and joking, it had been completely innocent. But Sophia had edited the video, splicing together moments to make it look as if I was flirting. This is a recording of her trying to win him over. Looks pretty suspicious, doesn't it? Sophia declared, her voice full of false sincerity. The crowd murmured, and I felt the weight of their stares, judging me. My heart pounded in my chest. I was on the brink of losing everything I had worked for. Everyone knows Ethan and I are meant to be together. Amelia is just trying to steal him from me, Sophia continued, her manipulation becoming more evident. Liam stepped forward, his face a mask of fury. This is ridiculous, Sophia. Amelia would never do something like that. You're trying to ruin her wedding. Sophia's smile faded, replaced by a look of irritation. Oh, please, Liam. Wake up. Your wife is a fraud, and you're too blinded by love to see it. I felt the tears brimming in my eyes as I looked at Liam, desperate for him to believe me. I didn't do anything wrong, Liam. You have to trust me. Sophia smirked, sensing the shift in the room. You see? Even now, she's playing the victim. Just look at her. Before I could respond, Sophia lunged toward me, and in a fit of rage, she slapped me across the face. The sting took my breath away, and gasps filled the room. For a moment, everything froze. Then, to my surprise, Liam stepped in between us, his voice low and angry. That's enough, Sophia.
You need to stop this.
You are out of line. Sophia's eyes widened in shock as she realized she had crossed a line. You're siding with her? After everything I've done for you? Enough. Liam shouted, his voice echoing in the now silent hall. Amelia is my wife, and I won't let you treat her this way. You need to leave. I could hardly believe what I was hearing. Was Liam really defending me against his sister? The tension in the air was electric, and I felt a mix of relief and confusion. Sophia's face turned bright red with anger and humiliation. You'll regret this, Liam. You'll see. With that, she stormed out of the reception, leaving a trail of whispers behind her. The guests slowly resumed their conversations, but the mood had shifted. I felt exposed, standing in the middle of a crowd that had just witnessed my humiliation. Liam turned to me, concern etched on his face. Are you okay? I think so, I said, my voice shaky. But deep down, I knew this wasn't over. I had to confront Sophia once and for all, and I was ready to reclaim my dignity. Little did I know, the real battle was just beginning, and I had a plan brewing in the back of my mind that would turn the tables on Sophia once and for all. After the chaos of the reception, Liam and I were left reeling from the events that had just unfolded. I could see the conflict swirling in his eyes. Amelia, I'm so sorry you had to go through that. I never expected Sophia to take it this far, he said, pulling me into a tight embrace. It's okay, I whispered, trying to steady my racing heart. But we can't let her get away with this. She needs to know that her actions have consequences. As the evening wound down, we retreated to our hotel room, still buzzing from the emotions of the day. I've been thinking, I said, my voice steady despite the turmoil inside me. I want to confront Sophia once and for all. She needs to see the truth of her actions, and I want to expose her for what she really is. Liam looked hesitant. Amelia, I don't want you to put yourself in harm's way. She can be unpredictable. I know, I replied firmly. But she can't keep controlling our lives. I need to stand up for myself, for us. The next day, I gathered the courage to approach Sophia. I arranged to meet her at a cafe, knowing she would want to discuss what had happened. As I walked in, I spotted her sitting at a corner table, her expression a mix of anger and defiance. "Amelia," she said, her voice laced with disdain. "What do you want?" "Sophia, I wanted to talk," I began, trying to keep my tone calm. "What you did at the wedding was unacceptable. You can't just lie about me and expect there to be no consequences." She rolled her eyes, clearly unfazed. "Oh, please. You think you can come here and lecture me? You're just a nobody trying to marry my brother." I felt the heat rise in my cheeks but pressed on. "You know, I have something that might change your mind about me." "What are you talking about?" she shot back, crossing her arms. I pulled out my phone and hit play on the video I had recorded of her cutting my wedding dress. The audio filled the cafe, and her eyes widened in disbelief as she heard her own voice. "This isn't what you think," she sputtered, but I could see the panic rising in her expression as other patrons began to notice the commotion. "Oh, really? Because it sounds like you were trying to sabotage my wedding," I retorted, my heart racing as I watched her unravel. The cafe was buzzing with whispers now. Sophia's face turned bright red, and she shot up from her seat. You can't do this," she shouted, her voice trembling with rage. "I just did," I replied, feeling a surge of empowerment wash over me. "It's time for everyone to see the truth about you." As people began to approach Sophia, demanding explanations, her facade crumbled. "You'll regret this, Amelia. I'll ruin you," she screamed as she stormed out of the cafe, leaving a trail of shocked faces behind her. In that moment, I felt an overwhelming sense of relief. I had finally stood up for myself and exposed her for the controlling sister she had been all along. The weight that had been pressing on my shoulders lifted, and I knew that Liam and I could finally move forward without her shadow looming over us. When I returned home, Liam was waiting for me with a worried expression. "Did it go well?" he asked, his eyes searching mine. I smiled, feeling lighter than I had in weeks. It went better than I could have imagined. Sophia's true colors are finally out in the open. His face softened with relief. "I'm proud of you, Amelia. You handled it like a champ." As the days turned into weeks, I felt a newfound freedom. Sophia tried to reach out, but I ignored her calls, focused on building my life with Liam. We moved to a new apartment, far away from the drama, where we could start fresh. In the end, I learned that standing up for myself was the most empowering thing I could do. I reclaimed my dignity and happiness, and with Liam by my side, I was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead, together. Our love had survived the storm, and I knew we were stronger for it. Sophia may have tried to tear us apart, but in the end, it only brought Liam and me closer, and I was grateful for that. And so, as I close this chapter of my life, I reflect on the lessons learned about love, loyalty, and the strength it takes to stand up against betrayal. I may have been pushed to my limits, but I emerged victorious, ready for whatever the future holds.
Following my father's funeral, a period when discussions about inheritance were common, my brother-in-law, who is married to my sister Sharon, surprisingly claimed that all of my father's assets, including $7 million in cash and stocks, should solely belong to Sharon, the eldest child. This proposal brought joy to my sister and her husband, yet the lawyer quickly clarified that such a decision wasn't theirs to make. My name is Paul Walker, a 44-year-old sales professional with a wife and 3 kids. My father was a significant shareholder in a company and remained actively involved until his later years. Sharon, my elder sister, has often challenged our parents with her erratic behavior and, even in her middle age, lacks a stable job, choosing to live life on her own terms. Our relationship has been distant, primarily due to my disapproval of her actions. When Sharon turned 52, she unexpectedly introduced us to Russell Brand, a younger, handsome man with a laid-back attitude, and announced their engagement. Despite her financial instability, Sharon didn't hesitate to ask for a substantial sum from our father to cover wedding expenses, quickly depleting it and then audaciously requesting more. This behavior greatly distressed our father, given her presumptuous attitude towards inheritance. The news of our father's sudden heart attack and subsequent passing deeply affected me. Amidst receiving condolences from friends and relatives, I stepped up to assist my overwhelmed mother with the funeral preparations, while Sharon remained absent, engrossed in her own life. The day following the funeral, as my mother and I were beginning to find solace, a lawyer arrived to discuss my father's will. Unaware of its contents, Sharon and her husband audaciously interrupted, asserting that Sharon was entitled to all of my father's stocks and the $7 million inheritance, leaving my mother and me speechless at their boldness. In a moment filled with anticipation, my brother-in-law jubilantly proclaimed, "We've made it, Sharon. This inheritance sets us for life," his fist cutting through the air in triumph. The lawyer, taken aback by such presumption, intervened with a caution, capturing my sister's fierce gaze. He looked at them both squarely and revealed, "Sharon, you have no claim to the inheritance." My sister and her husband, visibly shocked, countered with disbelief, arguing that as the eldest daughter, Sharon was naturally entitled to everything. It was evident my brother-in-law had placed all his bets on this inheritance, convinced it would all go to my sister. Their confusion only deepened when the lawyer, with a gentler tone, dropped a bombshell. "Were you unaware that Sharon is not Mr. Paul's biological child?" Instantly, the color drained from my sister's face as she turned to our mother, her eyes wide with panic. Our mother, her expression a mix of emotions, faced a moment of truth I had long been aware of. My sister was a half-sibling, a fact that had been hidden from her. Confronting our mother, Sharon's voice trembled. "What does this mean?" To which our mother confessed, "Sharon, you come from my first marriage." The revelation stunned Sharon, who had always playfully claimed the title of the favored child. Her husband, trying to grasp at straws, argued that Sharon, being legally adopted, must still be entitled to a share of the inheritance. "That's what I assumed," Sharon supported, yet our mother's next words shattered that belief. There had been no formal adoption. In disbelief, Sharon protested, "But I'm the eldest daughter." Dad even acknowledged it. Her frustration now turned towards me accusingly. "You're going to let him take everything?" she challenged. Annoyed by her sense of entitlement, I couldn't help but respond, pointing out her continual reliance on our father's generosity despite it. As they insisted on the fairness of a father's support for his daughter, I was reminded of how my sister used his financial aid not for growth, but to bail herself out of recurring predicaments. It was then that Mrs. Paul, our mother, who had been silent, suggested, "Perhaps it's time Sharon reviewed the will as well." Caught off guard, Sharon panicked, "The will? I don't know anything about that." It was her lack of attention and engagement that had led to this moment. Our father had intended for us to discuss the will together when he drafted it, but Sharon, uninterested at the time, chose leisure over family matters. Highlighting the omission from the will, I saw my brother-in-law's frustration flare as he sharply questioned Sharon. "What were you thinking?" This mattered. The realization dawned that they had to confront the contents of my father's will. The lawyer clarified that the inheritance was designated for me and my mother, citing my father's hesitance to adopt Sharon due to her indifferent attitude towards me, her spending habits, and her overall conduct. Sharon was visibly shaken by the news that she had no legal claim to any inheritance. At this revelation, my brother-in-law's temper escalated, accusingly pointing out to Sharon, "You promised there was wealth." His attitude became threatening, shocking my mother and Sharon, though I wasn't surprised given his history of greed and opportunistic behavior. He coldly told Sharon not to return until she had secured some money, revealing his true motives and leaving everyone in dismay as he abruptly left the scene. Feeling betrayed and cornered, Sharon turned her frustration towards us, particularly our mother, lamenting, "Why wasn't I legally adopted? It's unfair that the inheritance bypasses me." Her outburst was raw and filled with a sense of betrayal. causing a stir that the lawyer witnessed with a seasoned calm. When Sharon accused me of being the undeserved beneficiary simply because I was our father's biological son, her words cut deep. But I realized that my existence was not the root of her exclusion. It was her actions and choices. Before the situation could escalate further, the lawyer intervened, warning that her behavior could lead to legal consequences, a reminder that made Sharon pause, likely recalling her previous misdemeanors. As time passed, the inheritance process concluded smoothly, thanks in part to the lawyer's expertise, leaving no room for further dispute from Sharon or her husband. Despite their initial discontent, my mother decided to give Sharon some financial assistance, a gesture I chose not to comment on. Their subsequent disappearance with the funds only underscored their true intentions, leaving a bitter impression among our relatives who were privy to the saga. Seeking to uplift our spirits, I organized a family meal with my mother, wife, and daughter. The outing, suggested by my wife, brought a noticeable change in my mother's demeanor, brightened by the presence of her granddaughter, offering a moment of joy amidst the ongoing family turmoil. During a moment of calm, I suggested to my mom, "How about moving in with us?" But I was quick to add, knowing the unpredictability tied to my sister, Sharon, she might drop by, seeking help, especially financial. We should be cautious not to enable her too much. My mom's hesitation was palpable. Sharon, despite everything, was her daughter, and the prospect of potentially inviting conflict held her back. I left the offer open for her to ponder as we approached our ancestral home, only to be greeted by an unexpected sight. Lights on in what should have been an empty house. Suspecting Sharon might have returned, I proposed, "Let's have a quick coffee inside," as we got out of the car. Suddenly, a car charged towards us, missing us by a whisker, but in protecting my wife and responding to my daughter's alarmed cry, I ended up in a flower bed, slightly injured by the fleeting touch of the car, which eventually crashed into the garage entrance. My wife and daughter rushed to my aid, while my mother, frozen with shock, watched from the doorway. The incident led to my hospitalization overnight, and I later found out that Russell Brand, my brother-in-law, was behind the wheel, claiming a mix-up between the accelerator and the brake, a story I found hard to swallow. When my mother and sister visited me in the hospital, Sharon's response to my condition was chilling, hinting at her disappointment in my resilience, almost as if she had hoped for a more beneficial outcome for herself. I couldn't resist commenting on her apparent wish for my demise to claim the inheritance, noting her unease as she diverted her gaze. I then revealed that our mother intended to relinquish her inheritance in my favor, making any drastic actions from their side futile. My sister's shock was evident. The concept of foregoing a rightful inheritance seemed alien to her. I further explained that, in preparation and following our father's prudent approach, I had already drafted a will, ensuring my family's future, thus redirecting the inheritance away from our mother directly to them. My sister's plea for a share from the speculated $7 million, under the guise of familial generosity, only highlighted her desperation and misunderstanding of our family's values and intentions. In the aftermath of firmly rejecting my sister Sharon's demand for a substantial share of the inheritance, the atmosphere in the hospital room shifted dramatically. Sharon's demeanor transformed, her face contorting into a visage of pure fury as she physically accosted me, her hands gripping my collar in desperation. "Give me half, I'm your sister," she demanded, her voice laced with a chilling blend of anger and desperation. It was a distressing sight, witnessing her descent into what appeared to be a state of irrationality, driven to the brink by her intense desire for the inheritance. Her actions, so starkly at odds with the values our father held dear, made me regard her with a deep sense of pity and disappointment. "Do you not realize how your greed would have disappointed Dad?" I questioned, hoping to ignite some sense of reason within her. Yet this only served to inflame her anger further, as she made a grab for my throat in a shocking escalation of violence. The situation took a dramatic turn when our mother's voice, tinged with alarm and authority, cut through the tension. Nurses quickly intervened, escorting a visibly shaken Sharon away from me. Despite the turmoil, it was evident that my mother's heart ached for Sharon, her biological daughter, even though Sharon had directed her vitriol towards her as well. Where did I go wrong in raising her? My mother lamented, a question heavy with sorrow and regret that echoed in the sterile hospital corridor. The emotional and physical toll of the incident was soon overshadowed by my mother's deteriorating health. As her condition worsened, my wife and I found ourselves more involved in her day-to-day care, a development that seemed to provoke Sharon's resentment. Her feelings of exclusion were palpable, especially as she confronted the reality of our increased presence in our mother's life. This tension reached a boiling point when Sharon, in an abrupt phone call, insisted that she and Russell would take over caring for our mother, effectively sidelining my wife and me. Her declaration was unexpected and filled with a certainty that brooked no argument. Despite my attempts to reason with her, to discuss what was best for our mother, Sharon remained unmoved, ending the call with a finality that left us stunned. Confirming this sudden shift with my wife, who had received a similar message, we were both left concerned for our mother's well-being, especially considering Sharon and Russell's lack of experience in caregiving and household management. Surprisingly, Russell claimed to have some caregiving experience, a small comfort given our mother's still manageable level of independence. Yet this reassurance was short-lived. Within a month, a grave medication error sent our mother to the hospital, her condition alarmingly frail. It was a mistake that was unlike her, known for her meticulousness, especially with her medication. As my wife remained by my mother's bedside, offering the support and love she needed, I ventured back to the family home. What greeted me was a scene of neglect, a bare refrigerator, a poignant reminder of my mother's once vibrant love for cooking, and the absence of the household help that had been a staple in our family's life. The disarray spoke volumes of the care or lack thereof that Sharon and Russell had promised, casting a long shadow over their capability to manage the responsibilities they had so confidently claimed they could handle. Discovering that a considerable sum of money had been withdrawn from my mother's bank account filled me with regret for ever placing trust in my sister. Despite the safety measures, with her bank card and PIN securely locked away, the funds meant for everyday expenses had nearly vanished, while thankfully, the inheritance remained safe in a separate deposit box. This breach of trust prompted me to collect necessary items for my mother's hospital stay, including her bank card, to address the financial anomaly. Upon discussing the situation with my mother, it became apparent she was oblivious to the mishandling of her bank card. Yet, when the conversation shifted to the medication mishap, a shadow of sorrow crossed her face as she admitted it was Russell, my brother-in-law, who had prepared it. The suggestion that Sharon should no longer be welcomed into the house seemed more urgent than ever. My mother's condition and the chaotic state of our home were alarming. "Mom, you need to stay with us," I insisted, envisioning a peaceful home for her recovery. Despite this, her health worsened, possibly exacerbated by stress, leading to her untimely demise. The somber task of arranging her funeral revealed a grim reality. The family home was stripped of its valuables, a testament to my sister and Russell's relentless greed. The emptiness of the house mirrored my feelings of shock and betrayal, fueling a resolve to seek justice for their egregious actions. The aftermath of my mother's funeral set the stage for a meeting with the lawyer, where my sister audaciously claimed her entitlement to our mother's inheritance. Her confidence wavered as the will was read, revealing her exclusion from any inheritance, a directive from our father reflecting his final wishes. Russell's outrage at this revelation only compounded the tension, his frustration manifesting in a destructive outburst. Amidst his tirade, I confronted him with a pressing question, one that hinted at a dark suspicion. "Russell, did you attempt to harm my mom?" The gravity of the situation hung in the air, marking a pivotal moment in our family's saga. As we awaited his response, the truth of their actions poised to come to light under the scrutiny of the law. As I squarely faced him, Russell returned my inquiry with a look of irritation. "I've done nothing wrong," he defensively claimed when questioned about the medication error. His annoyance was palpable, emphasizing their fixation on the inheritance rather than the well-being of our mother. Sharon, losing any semblance of calm, chimed in, outraged at the prospect of being left out of the inheritance. Her reaction betrayed her motives. It wasn't concern for our mother that drove her, but rather the hope of solving her financial woes with the inheritance. "Is it true that I'm getting nothing?" She demanded an explanation from the lawyer, her voice a mix of disbelief and desperation. The lawyer began to outline the specifics of the inheritance distribution, taking into account the funds Sharon had prematurely withdrawn and the value of the items she had sold. The end result left little to nothing for her, a revelation that left her visibly frustrated. I couldn't help but interject, highlighting that this outcome was the result of careful legal consultation. "That can't be all that's left," Sharon muttered, a clear indication of her disillusionment with the reality of her financial dependency on our parents, never having to face the struggles of earning a living. My disappointment in her turned to anger. "Mom thought you'd look after her, but instead, you just took her money and left her alone," I accused, unable to hide my disdain for her actions. Sharon retorted, demanding evidence of the expenses incurred for our mother's care. I challenged her to justify the spending, extending my hand for the receipts, knowing full well she had none. I don't have them," she stammered, her confidence waning. The lawyer underscored the importance of such documentation, leaving Sharon at a loss for words. Russell then tried to appeal to my sense of family, urging me to support Sharon despite everything. But my resolve was unshaken. Their desperation was evident, and Russell's admission that Sharon would have inherited everything if their plan had succeeded only added to my suspicion of their true intentions. "What do you mean by that?" I pressed, seeking clarity on his revealing comment, ready to uncover the extent of their schemes. As the tension in the room escalated, Russell inadvertently made a comment that shifted the atmosphere drastically, revealing their true intentions. "Because of this guy, things never go right. I was expecting a new car out of this deal, but now I'm stuck with just enough for some repairs," he lamented, not realizing the weight of his words. My sister, Sharon, attempted to intervene, perhaps to salvage the situation, but the damage was done. The lawyer, seizing the moment, underscored the gravity of Russell's admission. "That's a serious allegation, akin to fraud," she observed, barely concealing a smile as she eyed the couple. Her next revelation caught them off guard. "This meeting has been recorded, with your consent," she reminded, effectively trapping Russell in his own narrative. Realizing the depth of his blunder, Russell's confidence deflated. Seizing the moment, I informed him of my intentions to press charges for the accident. Russell's attempt to dismiss the threat as baseless was quickly undermined by his own words, now recorded evidence. The situation spiraled for them as Sharon, overwhelmed by the turn of events, berated Russell for his carelessness, despairing over their predicament. In the aftermath, Russell faced criminal charges, his prior misdeeds compounding the legal action against him, leading to his arrest. Sharon, implicated for her role, received a milder sentence due to her lesser involvement. Facing financial ruin, she reached out to relatives for support, only to be met with rejection, a consequence of her actions and their fallout. As for me, witnessing the unraveling of my sister and brother-in-law's schemes brought a complex mix of vindication and sorrow. The path they chose not only led to their downfall, but also strained familial bonds, leaving a lasting impact on all involved. I kept on working hard, choosing not to depend on any inheritance. Instead, I found comfort and a bit of joy in the dividends that came from my investments in stocks, considering it a small but satisfying reward for my efforts.
At 19, I inherited a $63 million tech empire from my grandma, who was secretly poisoned. My parents, who abandoned me at 9, burst into the funeral demanding control. Then her lawyer hit play on a hidden video, and what it revealed. Let's just say they weren't ready for my revenge. I still remember the sound of the door closing behind them. It was soft, almost gentle, like a breeze slipping through a crack, but it changed everything. I was only 9 years old the day my parents, Carla and Victor Bennett, dropped me off at my grandmother's house in Austin, Texas. They said they'd be back soon, that it was just for a little while. I believed them. Kids believe their parents, don't they? They didn't bring much with them, just me and the old violin case I always carried. It wasn't even mine originally. It belonged to my mom when she was younger, but she gave it to me when I was 5 and told me it was my treasure chest. It was the only thing I took with me when they left. No suitcase, no goodbye hug. Just that case, and a hollow feeling in my chest I didn't understand yet. Be good for Grandma, my mom said, avoiding my eyes. My dad said nothing at all. He looked irritated, like he wanted this over with. Then they were gone. I sat on the porch steps for hours that day, clutching that violin case like it was some kind of lifeline. My grandma, Gloria Bennett, didn't press me to come inside right away. She just brought out a blanket, sat beside me, and handed me a peanut butter sandwich without a word. That was her way. She never forced emotion, never demanded I talk before I was ready. It's how I learned to trust her. Looking back now, I realize how remarkable she was. Gloria had been a software CEO in the early 2000s, one of the few women in her field at the time. She retired before I was born, but kept her mind razor sharp. Everyone in the neighborhood just saw her as the quiet older woman who drove an electric scooter and lived in a small brick townhouse near South Congress Avenue. No one knew she was worth millions, or that she still held the controlling shares of her old company, hidden away under a different name. But more than any of that, she was kind. Not the soft, fake kind, but the kind that protected, that taught, that gave without expecting anything in return. She raised me with structure and love, a mix of rules and freedom that shaped everything I am today. I didn't know it then, but she was teaching me to survive, to think, to lead. She saw something in me even I didn't see yet. Instead of ballet or cheerleading, I loved books. Not just reading them. I wrote my own stories, made up worlds, kept journals like they were sacred. And Grandma encouraged it. Every week she took me to the used bookstore on 6th Street, and I got to pick just one new book. That was our rule. And every time I showed her something I wrote, she read it with a seriousness most people reserve for contracts or court documents. Years passed, and eventually, I stopped waiting at the window. I stopped expecting the car that never came. My parents disappeared from my world like they'd never been there in the first place. We never got a phone call. Not a single card. Not even a Christmas text. Nothing. When I turned 16, Grandma sat me down and told me everything about the court hearing, how she'd gotten full custody after filing abandonment charges. She told me she didn't want to share it earlier because she didn't want me to feel like I was a case file. I wasn't. I was her family. That moment stuck with me. I didn't say much, just nodded and held her hand. But deep inside, something shifted. I knew I wasn't a cast-off anymore. I was wanted. I was loved. Fast forward to my 19th birthday, and Grandma did something she never usually did. She planned a big dinner. It was just us and a few of her old friends, mostly women she'd mentored over the years in business and tech. That night, after everyone left, she handed me a small, soft box. Inside was a vintage emerald bracelet, delicate and clearly valuable. "This," she said, "holds the key to your future." I laughed, thinking she was being symbolic. But her eyes held that quiet seriousness she only used when something really mattered. "Keep it safe, Lily. And no matter what happens next, remember what I've taught you." 2 months later, she was gone. I found her slumped over the kitchen table one morning, a cup of herbal tea still in her hand. At first, they said it was natural causes. But later, during the private meeting with her attorney, Aaron Clark, I found out the toxicology report showed poison, a digitalis compound, something that mimicked heart failure. No one had seen it coming. The police never pinned it on anyone, but Aaron said they had their suspicions.
So did I.
It was no coincidence that my parents reappeared at her memorial. They walked in like nothing had ever happened, dressed in black, holding each other like some grieving couple from a TV drama. I stood at the front of the room, my hands clenched behind the podium. My first instinct was to run. My second was to scream. But I did neither. Instead, I let them come to me. "Lily," my mother said with fake tears in her eyes, "Sweetheart, we're so sorry. We came as soon as we heard." My dad didn't even look at me. He stared around the room, scanning for someone, maybe Aaron. "We know this must be hard," he added flatly, "but you'll come home with us now. You're still our daughter." I didn't respond. My stomach was tight, my brain screaming at me that this was wrong, all wrong. That's when Aaron walked up behind me and spoke. "She won't be going anywhere with you." The words hit the air like a hammer. My parents turned to him, their faces changing from soft concern to cold calculation. "And who are you exactly?" my mother snapped. "I'm Aaron Clark, Gloria Bennett's attorney. Lily's legal guardian until she turned 18, which was months ago. She's fully emancipated, and per court records, you two have no legal rights over her whatsoever." That was the first time I saw it, the look on their faces. Not sorrow, not love.
Greed.
And that's when I knew. They didn't come back for me. They came for everything she left behind. After Aaron shut them down in front of everyone, I thought my parents would leave quietly. I was wrong. They followed us to the private meeting room at the back of the memorial hall. I could feel them behind me like shadows, sticking close, whispering to each other. My stomach was twisted in knots. I kept my eyes on the emerald bracelet on my wrist, the one Grandma had given me, the one she said held the key to my future. I didn't know how literal that was yet. Inside the room, it was quiet and formal. A long wooden table, some chairs, and a neat stack of papers already waiting for us. Aaron sat down calmly, placing his leather briefcase in front of him and organizing the documents like he had all the time in the world. My parents stood to one side, trying to look collected, but I could see the impatience bubbling beneath the surface. They weren't here to grieve. They were here for whatever Grandma had left behind. "Let's begin," Aaron said, adjusting his glasses. "Lily, I'll need to verify something first. Do you still have the bracelet your grandmother gave you?" I nodded and held up my wrist. His eyes landed on it, and he smiled slightly, like it confirmed something only he and Gloria had understood. "Perfect," he said. "That's all we need." My mother looked confused. "What does a bracelet have to do with anything?" she asked, her voice just shy of aggressive. Aaron ignored her and started reading. Gloria Bennett, being of sound mind, created this 6 weeks prior to her passing. All documents have been notarized and verified legally. I'll summarize the key points. He flipped to a page and cleared his throat. "To my beloved granddaughter, Lily Aurora Bennett, I leave my entire estate, including but not limited to $63 million in liquid assets, all intellectual property rights and patents under Bennett Horizons, 5 real estate properties in the Austin area, and full ownership of the company Bennett Horizons, LLC." I didn't breathe for a moment. $63 million? My mother gasped, clutching at my father's arm. "That can't be right," she snapped. She was a retired tech lady. She drove a scooter. Aaron glanced at her. And she also owned the patents behind one of the most widely used cybersecurity tools in North America, as well as early investments in 4 major startups. She kept a low profile. On purpose. Victor stepped forward. "We're her children," he said, trying to sound calm. "This can't just go to a teenager. That's not legal." Aaron pulled out another document. "Actually, Gloria filed legal abandonment charges against you both 10 years ago, which you never responded to. A judge granted her full parental custody. You lost all rights as guardians. Since Lily is now an adult, no further consent or co-signers are needed." I watched their expressions shift from disbelief to desperation. That was when Aaron handed me a sealed envelope. "She also left you a letter," he said gently. And a video. You should read this alone. I stepped out of the room and walked down the quiet hallway to the little library room in the church. My hands trembled as I opened the letter. I could still hear my parents' muffled voices behind me arguing with Aaron, but the moment I unfolded Grandma's letter, the noise faded away. My dearest Lily, if you're reading this, I'm gone. And I know your parents are trying to worm their way back in. They're not here because they love you. They're here because they think I left something behind. And they're right. I left everything. But not for them. Years ago, they tried to take it all. They forged documents, made fake signatures, even tried to pass off legal claims on my accounts while I was out of the country. I gave them a choice. Come clean and live modestly or leave. They chose greed, and they left you behind as punishment when I refused to keep funding their lifestyle. I never regretted that decision. Because I got you. The bracelet you wear unlocks a safe deposit box at Horizon Trust Bank. Inside, you'll find more than financial records. You'll find the truth and the future I built for you. You are stronger than they will ever be. Don't let them make you question that. With all my love,
Grandma.
By the time I finished reading, tears were sliding down my cheeks. It wasn't just about money. It never was. Grandma had been protecting me long before I knew it. She saw them for who they truly were, and she made sure I wouldn't be swallowed by the same darkness. When I returned to the room, the air was tight with tension. Lily, my mother began, her voice suddenly soft and sweet. We know this is overwhelming. Let us help. We can take you home. Help you figure all this out. I stared at her. Her fake concern. Her soft manipulations. I saw right through it now. I'm not going anywhere with you, I said quietly. You gave up that right 10 years ago. Victor stepped forward. Now, just wait a minute. You think you're so grown up, but you don't understand what's happening here.
This isn't about you.
It's about family, your legacy. You don't know how to handle all this. Aaron spoke before I could. You're done here, he said calmly. If you continue, I will contact security. And I will personally file restraining orders on Lily's behalf. They looked at me one last time, and I saw it the exact moment the mask dropped. No more sweetness. No more pretending. Just rage and frustration and greed left exposed like raw nerves. This isn't over, my mother hissed, snatching her coat. But as they stormed out, I knew something they didn't. It was over. Or, at least, I thought it was. Because what I hadn't opened yet was the USB drive. The one Aaron had pulled from an envelope marked simply, "Watch me first." And that's when things took a turn I never saw coming. Aaron and I left the church not long after. I didn't look back to see if Carla and Victor were still there. I didn't care. We drove straight to Horizon Trust Bank, the place Grandma had mentioned in her letter. Everything felt surreal. The silence in the car, the weight of the bracelet on my wrist, the storm of thoughts racing through my mind. I kept wondering what exactly she had put in that safe deposit box, what more I was about to find out. Inside the bank, Aaron presented the legal documents. The manager nodded respectfully, like he'd been expecting this. I was led into a private vault room, the walls lined with tiny locked drawers. When we stopped in front of one labeled B-107, Aaron gestured for me to use the bracelet. I turned it over in my hand, noticing for the first time the tiny hidden latch under the emerald setting. It clicked open, revealing a micro key, small but precise. When I slid it into the lock, the box opened with a soft metallic sound. Inside was a neat stack of files, a flash drive marked "Watch Me First," several original patent documents, and a sealed envelope labeled with my name in Grandma's handwriting. My hands shook as I picked up the USB. Aaron pulled out his laptop and plugged it in without a word. The screen lit up, and then there she was. Gloria Bennett, healthy and vibrant, sitting in her favorite reading chair in the living room. Her voice was warm, but her expression was serious. "If you're watching this, Lily," she said, "then I'm gone. And I can only hope everything has unfolded as I predicted." She leaned forward. "Your parents are not just greedy, they are dangerous. There's something I never told you because I wanted to protect you. But now, you deserve to know the full truth." My breath caught in my throat. A few months ago, I had reason to believe Victor was trying to access my accounts again. I hired a private investigator. What he discovered was worse than I imagined. She reached off camera and held up a folder, one of the ones sitting right in front of me now. They've been planning this for months, Lily. Your father, he poisoned me. I felt the world tilt. Digitalis. Slow acting. Hard to trace. But I've been documenting everything. I've left behind evidence, including surveillance footage and medical reports. If anything happens to me, you are to go straight to Aaron and take this to the authorities. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. But I kept watching. Don't let them fool you. They will try everything. Sympathy, threats, lies. They will paint you as too young, too emotional, too unstable. But you are smarter than they ever gave you credit for. And you are ready. The screen faded to black. Aaron didn't say anything for a moment. Neither did I. Then slowly he reached into the file box and pulled out a thick folder. Inside were everything Grandma had described, bank access logs, emails between Victor and someone identified only as M.G., and photos from the charity event 2 months ago where Victor had handed her a cup of tea. The timestamp matched the date. She started feeling sick. I've already sent a copy of this to a law firm we work with, Aaron said quietly. You'll have protection. But I think we should move quickly. I want him arrested, I said, my voice shaking. He tried to kill her. He left me like I didn't matter. And now he came back for more. Aaron nodded. We'll work through it step by step. Gloria laid out everything. We spent the next several days getting the legal wheels turning. With Aaron's help, we contacted the proper authorities. A case was opened, and I gave a full statement. I submitted the video. The evidence spoke for itself. An arrest warrant was issued, but Victor had already disappeared. He and Carla had left Austin. The police began their search, but it was clear they were running. In the meantime, I took my place at Bennett Horizons. Grandma had prepared everything. The board of directors, all longtime allies of hers, were waiting to meet me. They welcomed me with warmth and respect, many of them saying they'd watched me grow from a shy little girl into a young woman. I wore Grandma's sleek red blazer to my first board meeting, the emerald bracelet hidden under the sleeve. What surprised me most wasn't the scale of the company, or the money, or the responsibilities. It was how natural it felt to step into her place. Like every lesson she'd ever taught me had been leading here. Then came the second half of the plan, the Aurora Initiative. Grandma's final dream. She had already laid the groundwork for a non-profit arm of the company, one that would focus on helping teens aging out of foster care, a group often overlooked, often left behind. She called it the Aurora Initiative. She had even named me its future director in her legal filings, and funds had already been allocated, over $5 million earmarked for the launch phase alone. Helping others like me, kids who'd been abandoned, kids who'd grown up believing they weren't enough. That was her legacy. And now it was mine. We launched the program quietly at first. Hired counselors. Partnered with housing organizations. Created a scholarship fund. Every decision made me feel closer to her. But peace never lasts when people like Carla and Victor are involved. 3 months after Grandma's death, just when I thought they'd vanished for good, they returned. They stormed into Bennett Horizons' downtown headquarters, screaming at the front desk, demanding to see their daughter. I heard the commotion from my office. When I stepped into the lobby, I saw them. Carla in expensive clothes she probably couldn't afford, Victor unshaven and twitchy. They looked nothing like grieving parents. They looked like people desperate to get their claws into something valuable. You can't keep us out, Carla shrieked. We're her family. Security moved to block them, but I raised a hand. I'll handle this, I said. I walked up slowly, the red blazer buttoned over my blouse, the bracelet shining just enough to remind them who they were dealing with. You lost everything when you walked away from me, I said calmly. But this is worse for you, isn't it? Because now I know exactly what you are. Victor's eyes narrowed. We'll go to the press. We'll tell everyone how you manipulated her. How you stole what was ours. I smiled, just like Grandma used to when she was about to make her point. Go ahead, I said. Tell the world how you abandoned your 9-year-old daughter and poisoned your own mother for money. I'm sure the press will love that." Their faces turned pale. "You'll regret this," Carla hissed. "No," I said, taking a step forward. "I think this time you will." After they left the building that day, screaming empty threats, I stood in the lobby for a moment just breathing. I could still hear the echo of their voices, but it didn't shake me. Not anymore. The girl they abandoned at 9 was gone. I wasn't some helpless child anymore. I was standing in the headquarters of a company I now owned. I was running the business, funding a nonprofit, and living the future they tried to steal from me. I wasn't scared of them. I pitied them. That night, I sat in Grandma's old office, now mine. Her photo still sat on the shelf near the window. The chair still smelled faintly like her lavender perfume. The bracelet she gave me glowed faintly under the lamp. I opened the window and let the Austin breeze blow in. For the first time in what felt like years, I didn't feel like I was waiting for something bad to happen. I felt in control, like my life finally belonged to me. A few days later, the police located Victor in New Mexico, hiding under a false name. Carla had been staying in a cheap motel outside Dallas. Both were taken into custody. Victor was arrested on charges of attempted murder, fraud, and conspiracy. The evidence Grandma left, plus his digital footprints, was more than enough. Carla was charged with obstruction and aiding a fugitive. Neither of them spoke to me again, and I didn't care to hear from them. The trial lasted 2 months.
I was called to testify.
I wore Grandma's red blazer the day I took the stand. My voice didn't shake when I told the jury how they'd left me with nothing but an old violin case and vanished. I looked Victor in the eyes when I said, he didn't just try to steal money. He tried to erase the only person who ever loved me. The courtroom was silent. Victor was sentenced to 20 years in prison. Carla got 5, with no chance of contacting me as part of her plea deal. When the verdict was read, I didn't cry. I didn't cheer. I just sat still, holding Grandma's bracelet in my hand, and whispered, "We did it." Life moved forward. The Aurora Initiative launched fully 6 months later. We opened our first transitional housing center for youth aging out of the foster care system. Each apartment had a bookshelf, a writing desk, and a framed quote on the wall that read, "You are not what they left. You are what you became." I wrote that myself. It was the truth I had lived. Every time I handed a scholarship letter to a student or sat in on a mental health workshop, I felt her beside me. Every time I made a business decision at Bennett Horizons or watched our software updates roll out, I thought about the way she used to smile at me over the kitchen table. Not once did I forget what she gave me. Not just the wealth, but the strength to stand up and fight when it mattered most. I kept the old electric scooter in the garage. It didn't work anymore, but I couldn't let it go. I also kept the violin case on the bookshelf in my home office. It reminded me of the girl I once was, alone, scared, but still standing.
Still hoping.
Sometimes people ask me how I got here. They want to know what it's like to inherit a company, a fortune, a foundation. They want to know how I handled the pressure at such a young age. I always give them the same answer. I didn't just inherit it. I earned it. Because none of this was handed to me out of kindness. It was handed to me because someone saw who I really was before I even knew it myself. There's something else I've never told anyone, not even Aaron. On the morning of my first full day as CEO, I went to Grandma's grave. I brought the violin case with me. Inside it, I placed the first Aurora Initiative report printed and bound. Then I added a photo of the staff at Bennett Horizons on my first day and tucked in a handwritten letter. I buried it in the grass near her stone. Just for her. The letter was simple. It said, "You gave me everything. I hope I'm making you proud. I miss you every day, but I carry you in everything I do. You didn't just save me. You made me. And I promise, I'll keep building what you started. Love always, Lily." Since then, I've never looked back. I don't read the gossip articles when my parents try to spin their story from jail. I don't respond when distant relatives crawl out of nowhere looking for family reconnection. I know who my family is. Family is the woman who raised me when no one else wanted me. Family is the people I work with every day, who believe in the mission. Family is the kids we help at Aurora, the ones who remind me so much of myself. Family is loyalty, not blood. And as for revenge, I don't think about it like I used to. I don't need to. Because success, happiness, and peace, they're the loudest answers to betrayal. They're the proof that I survived, and more than that, I thrived. So, if you're wondering how the story ends, it doesn't. It's still going. My name is Lily Aurora Bennett, and I'm not just my grandmother's granddaughter. I am her legacy. Resilient, fearless, and finally, free. I gave up my dreams, worked 14-hour shifts, and sacrificed everything for my family. But they repaid me with betrayal, a $50,000 loan in my name, wasted on parties, while our daughter was used like an ATM. They had no idea what I had done. The next morning, their world shattered. I never planned for my life to turn out this way. If you had told me 10 years ago that I would spend most of my 20s buried under someone else's problems, I might have laughed in your face. But that's what happens when you grow up in a family that sees you as a provider rather than a daughter. I was just 18 when I started working at Westside Auto Repairs in Houston, Texas. It wasn't glamorous, but I was good at it, damn good. While other girls my age were heading off to college or figuring out their futures, I was underneath cars, covered in grease, fixing engines like a pro. My boss, Rick, saw my potential early on and took me under his wing. He always said, "Mia, you've got the hands of a surgeon and the brain of an engineer. Don't waste it." But I did waste it on my family. See, my parents, Jack and Linda, had never been great with money. My dad was a retired truck driver, but that didn't mean he had retired from making bad decisions. His gambling problem had been a shadow over our lives for as long as I could remember. Some weeks, he'd win big, and we'd eat steak for dinner. Other weeks, he'd lose it all, and we'd be scraping by with instant noodles. My mom, Linda, wasn't much better. She ran a small thrift store, but it never really made enough to support us. She was always struggling to pay rent, always behind on bills, always coming to me with those guilt-ridden eyes, asking for just a little help to get through the month. And I always gave in. Then there was Sophia, my younger sister. Sophia was the star, the princess, the golden child. She wanted to be a fashion influencer, and in our house, that dream was treated like it was more important than reality. While I was busting my ass at the repair shop, Sophia was posting pictures in designer clothes, sipping overpriced coffee, and pretending she had a luxurious lifestyle. A lifestyle, mind you, that I was unknowingly funding. At first, it wasn't so bad. I wanted to help. Family helps each other, right? That's what I told myself every time my mom asked for money to keep the store afloat, or when my dad promised that just a little loan would help him turn things around. It's what I believed when Sophia asked me for a new phone because a real influencer can't have a cracked screen, Mia. I thought I was doing the right thing. But the thing about always giving is that people stop seeing it as kindness. They start expecting it. And before I knew it, my paycheck wasn't mine anymore. Every time I tried to save up for myself, something would happen. The store was struggling again. My dad owed money to some guys he couldn't afford to piss off. Or Sophia needed a new bag, a new camera, a trip to some influencer event where she could network. It became a cycle. I worked harder, they took more. I kept telling myself that one day it would get better. That if I could just help them one more time, things would stabilize. My dad would finally stop gambling, my mom would get the store running properly, and Sophia, well, maybe she'd actually make something of herself and start earning real money instead of just pretending to. But it never got better. The breaking point came in the form of a phone call from the bank. I remember that moment so clearly. It was a Wednesday, and I had just finished a full day at the shop. I was tired, sweaty, and looking forward to a quiet evening in my tiny bedroom at home. Then my phone rang. "Miss Carter, we're calling about the personal loan under your name." I frowned. "What loan?" The voice on the other end hesitated. "The $50,000 loan that was taken out last year. The bank requires immediate payments, or legal action may be pursued." The world tilted. "There's a mistake," I said, forcing my voice to stay calm. "I never took out a loan." But there was no mistake. My parents had taken out a $50,000 loan in my name, forging my signature. And they hadn't even bothered to tell me. I stormed home, shaking with anger. The second I walked through the door, I saw them sitting in the living room, Dad watching some old boxing match on TV, Mom sorting through a pile of thrift store clothes. Like everything was normal. Did you take out a loan in my name? My voice was sharper than I'd ever heard it. They didn't even try to deny it. We needed the money, Mom said, like it was the most obvious thing in the world. You stole from me, I shot back. $50,000, Mom. That's not just a little favor. That's a crime. Dad waved a hand dismissively. Relax, Mia. We were going to pay it back. With what? My voice cracked. Your winnings at the casino? Silence. That's when I knew. They had no plan. No intention of ever paying it back. And the worst part? They didn't even feel bad about it. You work so much anyway, Mom said. You'll pay it off in no time. Like it was nothing. Like I owed it to them. I felt something inside me snap that day. Years of sacrifice, of being the responsible one, of carrying this family on my back, it all came crashing down. I looked at them, really looked at them, and I saw the truth. They didn't see me as their daughter. They saw me as their personal bank account. And I was done. I don't remember how long I stood there, staring at them. My parents. The people who were supposed to protect me, support me. Instead, they had robbed me blind, without a second thought. The anger inside me burned so hot I could barely breathe. I wanted to scream. I wanted to throw something.
But what would that change?
They wouldn't suddenly feel guilty. They wouldn't magically become better people. No, they would just find a way to manipulate me into fixing their mess. That night, I packed a bag. I didn't say a word. I didn't argue, or let them try to twist things around. I just walked out. And for the first time in my life, I didn't look back. I moved into a tiny apartment on the other side of Houston. It wasn't much, just a one-bedroom with thin walls and a kitchen the size of a closet. But it was mine. No one could take it from me. No one could guilt me into paying their bills instead of my own. Of course, they tried. The first few weeks were filled with phone calls, voicemails, guilt trips disguised as concern. Mia, we're struggling without you. Mia, how can you just abandon your family? Mia, you know your father's health isn't great. The stress is getting to him. I ignored them all. For once, I put myself first. I started saving again for me this time. Every dollar that used to disappear into my family's never-ending black hole of problems went straight into my bank account. My boss, Rick, noticed the change in me. You finally thinking about opening your own shop? He asked one day.
I had always talked about it.
My dream. A place where I could build custom cars, work on high-end restorations, be my own boss. But every time I got close, something pulled me back. Some new crisis, some new excuse to put my own future on hold. Not anymore. Yeah, I told him. I think I am. Things were finally starting to turn around. And then Sophia happened. It had been months since I had any real contact with my family, but I still kept up with things through social media.
It was impossible not to.
Sophia made sure everyone knew how amazing her life was. She wasn't just an influencer, she was a brand. At least, that's what she wanted people to believe. She posted pictures in designer outfits, luxury vacations, expensive brunches with Houston's elite. But I knew the truth. Every handbag, every five-star dinner, every first-class plane ticket, she wasn't paying for any of it. Some of it came from brand sponsorships, sure. But most of it? It was just another scam. She'd borrow money from family members, never paying them back. She'd sweet-talk her way into exclusive events, pretending she was more important than she was. She even rented luxury cars and took pictures in front of mansions that didn't belong to her. She lied for a living. And people ate it up. Then one day, I saw something that made my blood run cold. Sophia had posted a picture of our parents, smiling in their thrift store. The caption? So grateful for my amazing sister Mia, who always makes sure Mom and Dad are taken care of. Family first, always. And the comments flooded in. You're so lucky to have such a supportive sister. Mia sounds like the best sibling ever. Family is everything. I wanted to throw my phone across the room. Family? Family? The same people who stole from me? The same sister who never worked a real job in her life? Now she was using my name to boost her image?
No.
I wasn't going to let this slide. I made a mistake that night. I called her. She picked up on the first ring, her voice dripping with fake sweetness. Mia, it's been forever. How's my favorite big sister? Cut the crap, Sophia, I snapped. Why are you posting about me like I'm still paying for everything? A pause. Then a laugh. Oh, that? It's just social media, Mia. People love a good family story. Yeah? And what happens when they find out it's a lie? She sighed like I was being unreasonable. Mia, relax. It's not like it hurts you. If anything, it makes you look good. People love the hardworking, supportive older sister. It's good PR. I don't need PR, Sophia. I need you to stop using my name to make yourself look better. Silence. Then, in the same sugary tone, she said, I'd be careful if I were you. People like me, Mia. A lot of people. You're just some mechanic. No one cares what you have to say. I clenched my fists so hard my nails dug into my palm. Stay out of my life, Sophia. I hung up. I should have known that was only the beginning. A few months later, I saw it. Sophia was throwing a massive celebration party for hitting 500,000 followers. It was all over social media, local influencers, celebrities, investors. The kind of event that would take her career to the next level. But I wasn't invited. That part didn't surprise me. What did? She had erased me. Family photos on the wall. I wasn't in them. Old pictures from our childhood, cropped to make it look like I never existed. Even the few posts where she used to mention me? Deleted. Like I was never part of her life. Like I didn't spend years sacrificing everything to support her. I felt something I hadn't felt in a long time. I wasn't just angry. I was done. She wanted to erase me?
Fine.
But I had one final lesson to teach her. And this time, I wasn't going to play nice. The night of Sophia's big party, I sat in my apartment, scrolling through her endless posts. Everything about her was a performance. The glowing lights, the perfectly curated guest list, the designer dress she probably couldn't afford. It was all for show. And the worst part? People bought into it. They believed she was someone important, someone worth admiring. I wasn't angry that she didn't invite me. I wasn't even surprised that she had erased me. What burned was the lie. For years, I had been the one holding our family together, paying the bills, covering the debts, making sure my parents didn't end up on the streets. And yet, here she was, standing in front of hundreds of guests, acting like she built everything on her own. I had enough. I wasn't going to sit quietly while she thrived off my sacrifices. She wanted to be famous? Fine. I was about to give her exactly what she deserved. I spent the next 2 hours gathering everything I needed. Screenshots of unpaid invoices from brands she worked with, emails from people she had scammed into lending her money, receipts proving she rented luxury items just to take pictures with them. All of it. Then I found the biggest piece of evidence. An email from a major brand, one that Sophia had claimed to be partnered with, threatening legal action for falsifying a sponsorship deal. That was the moment I knew. This wasn't just some petty influencer drama. She had built her empire on fraud. And I had the proof to bring it all down.
I didn't hesitate.
I sent everything to several fashion industry blogs, along with a simple message. You might want to double-check who you're doing business with. Then I waited. I didn't have to wait long. An hour later, my phone buzzed. Then again. And again. I opened Twitter. Sophia's name was everywhere. People were furious. Brands started pulling their partnerships, followers turned on her, and within minutes, her carefully curated image began to crumble. And then the call came. I almost didn't pick up, but something inside me wanted to hear it. Mia. Sophia's voice was high-pitched, panicked. What the hell did you do? I leaned back in my chair, calm as ever. What do you mean? Don't play dumb, she snapped. You ruined me. I smirked.
No, Sophia.
You ruined yourself. I just made sure people saw the truth. There was a long silence. Then her voice dropped, filled with something I wasn't used to hearing from her, fear. Mia, you don't get it. This isn't just online hate. My sponsors are pulling out. My management won't answer my calls. This could destroy everything. Good. Good, she screeched. I'm your sister. I laughed, the sound bitter. You erased me, remember? According to you, I don't exist. That was different, she argued. I was just trying to make my brand look better. And I was just making sure the world knew exactly who you are. She cursed under her breath. Then, after a long pause, she tried again, her voice sickly sweet, the way it always was when she wanted something. Mia, please. We can fix this. Just tell everyone it was a mistake. Say you got confused or…
No.
Her breath hitched.
What?
No, Sophia. I'm not cleaning up your mess. Not this time. She started to say something else, but I hung up. For the first time in years, I felt weightless. I wasn't carrying them anymore. I was free. But it wasn't over yet. Because after Sophia, my parents came crawling back. It started with my mom. She showed up at my shop the next morning, acting like nothing had happened. I was under the hood of a 1969 Mustang, completely focused, when I heard the familiar sound of her voice. Mia, sweetheart. It's been so long. I wiped my hands on a rag and turned around slowly. There she was, standing in my garage, dressed in her usual second-hand clothes, but with the same calculating look in her eyes. What do you want, Mom? I asked flatly. She gasped, clutching her chest like I had just slapped her. Is that any way to greet your mother? I didn't answer. She sighed dramatically. Look, I know things have been tense between us, but this whole thing with Sophia, it's bad, Mia. Really bad. The poor girl is a mess. Not my problem. I turned back to the Mustang.
Mia.
Her voice was sharper now. Don't be cruel. She's your sister. Oh, now we're sisters? Funny, because last time I checked, I wasn't even invited to her party. You know how she is, Mom said dismissively. She gets carried away. But she needs your help now. We all do. And there it was. The real reason she was here. Let me guess, I said, crossing my arms. She lost her sponsorships. No more easy money. And now, she needs someone to clean up her mess. Again. My mom hesitated. That was all the answer I needed. Let me make something very clear, I said, my voice firm. I don't owe you anything. Not you, not Dad, and definitely not Sophia. You stole from me, used me, treated me like I was nothing more than a bank account. And now that everything's falling apart, you suddenly remember I exist? Mia, please. Get out. Her eyes widened. You don't mean that. I do. For the first time, my mother looked truly afraid, because she realized in that moment that she had pushed me too far. She opened her mouth to say something else, but I didn't give her the chance. I turned back to the car and got back to work. After a long moment, she finally got the message. She left. That night, my father tried calling. I let it go to voicemail. By the next morning, I blocked both of them. For the first time in my life, I chose myself. And I had never felt stronger. After I blocked their numbers, I waited for the guilt to creep in. For that familiar ache in my chest, the one that had always made me second-guess myself whenever I tried to set boundaries. But this time, it didn't come. Instead, I felt something new, peace. For the first time in my life, I wasn't waking up dreading another phone call, another demand, another emergency that wasn't mine to fix. The silence was strange at first, but I got used to it quickly. I threw myself into work, focusing on my own future instead of theirs. A few weeks passed, and Sophia's downfall was still making headlines in influencer circles. More brands came forward, exposing her fake partnerships and unpaid debts. Her accounts lost thousands of followers overnight, and her management team cut ties with her completely. She tried to do damage control, of course, posted a long, teary-eyed apology video about being young and making mistakes. But the internet isn't so forgiving when they realize they've been lied to. People saw through her act. No one bought it. And then one evening, she showed up at my shop. I heard the familiar sound of heels clicking against concrete before I even looked up. There she was, standing just outside the garage, looking nothing like the Sophia from Instagram. Gone was the designer clothing, the perfect hair, the expensive accessories. Instead, she looked tired. Like she hadn't slept in days. I wiped my hands on a rag and leaned against the car I had been working on. "What do you want?" I asked, my voice calm, controlled. She hesitated. "Can we talk?" I didn't answer, just gestured toward the bench outside the shop. She walked over, sitting down like she had the weight of the world on her shoulders. For a long time, neither of us spoke. Finally, she let out a breath and said, "I lost everything, Mia." I didn't react. I just waited. My accounts are dead. My sponsors won't even return my emails. No one wants to work with me anymore. And Mom and Dad. She let out a bitter laugh. They're acting like this is all my fault. I raised an eyebrow. "Isn't it?" She flinched but nodded. "Yeah, I guess it is." Another long pause. "I thought they'd have my back," she admitted quietly. "I thought if things got bad, they'd help me. But the second the money dried up, they turned on me." I wasn't surprised. That's who they were. They'd use you until there was nothing left, then move on. The only reason they had stuck with Sophia for so long was because she was profitable, or, at least, she used to be. She stared down at the ground, picking at the hem of her shirt. "I don't know what to do, Mia." For the first time in years, she sounded like my little sister again. Not the influencer. Not the socialite. Just Sophia. And maybe once upon a time, that would have been enough. Maybe I would have given her another chance, helped her rebuild. But I knew better now. "That's not my problem," I said simply. She looked up, startled. "What?" "You heard me." I crossed my arms. "You want someone to clean up your mess? Go to Mom and Dad." "Oh wait, they need someone to take care of them now, don't they?" Her face crumpled. "Mia, please."
No.
I cut her off. "You made your choices. You burned every bridge. And now you want me to fix it? After everything?" Tears welled up in her eyes. "I was stupid, okay? I thought I was better than you, better than everyone. I got caught up in it all. But I see it now. I get it." I let out a slow breath. "Sophia, I don't hate you. But I can't help you." She wiped at her eyes, nodding slowly. "I understand," she whispered. And, for the first time in her life, I think she actually did. She stood up, hesitating for just a second, like she wanted to say more. But in the end, she just turned and walked away. I didn't stop her. She never called again after that. Neither did my parents. In the months that followed, I poured everything into my shop. Business was booming. People trusted me, respected me. I was no longer Mia the provider, Mia the ATM, Mia the forgotten sister. I was just Mia.
And that was enough.
When I was 10, my cruel parents abandoned me, claiming I had a mental disorder. After 15 years, I inherited $10 million from my uncle. Suddenly, they found me and demanded money for my sister's treatment. I gave them a single box, and when they opened it, they were stunned. I was 10 years old when my life changed forever. At that age, I didn't fully understand why things were the way they were. I only knew that I wasn't like my twin sister, Sophia. She was everything my parents wanted, smart, confident, and always achieving something great. She got perfect scores in school, won competitions, and teachers adored her. My mother would always say, "You're amazing, Sophia. You're going to do great things in life." My father would laugh and agree, saying, "She'll never have to struggle like the rest of us." I was different. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't focus in class. The sound of chairs scraping the floor, pencils clicking, and students whispering distracted me. My teachers got frustrated with me, and instead of helping, they ignored me. My parents did the same. If Sophia wanted a new book, she got it. If she wanted to go on a school trip, they made it happen. But me? I was left behind. My needs were always seen as unimportant. There was only one place where I felt safe: Uncle James and Aunt Sarah's house in Texas. Twice a year, during school breaks, I was allowed to visit them. Uncle James owned a small woodcraft factory, and he would let me sit in his workshop, watching him carve beautiful furniture and decorations out of wood. "This is an art, Evelyn," he would tell me. "It's about patience, attention, and passion." Aunt Sarah was just as kind, always making sure I had a warm meal and a comforting smile. Unlike my parents, they never made me feel like I was a burden. One day, just as spring break was about to begin, my parents sat me and Sophia down. "We have some big news," my father said, smiling. "We've sold our apartment." I didn't understand. "Where are we going to live?" I asked, feeling uneasy. My mother sighed as if my question was stupid. "Stop asking useless things. We've been planning this for a long time. Pack your things." I had no choice but to obey. I packed my school bag with a few things I had, some clothes, a couple of toys, and my sketchbook where I had drawn the beautiful wood carvings I saw in Uncle James's workshop. "I'm ready," I whispered. But something felt wrong. The house was already packed up. How had I not noticed before? The furniture was gone, the walls were empty, and only Sophia's things were neatly placed in separate boxes. We got into the car, but something was different. Sophia wasn't with us. "Where's Sophia?" I asked. My mother shot me a sharp look. "She's fine. She's already where she needs to be." I didn't understand, but I stayed quiet. I was used to not getting answers. The car ride felt endless. The farther we drove, the more anxious I became. I had hoped we were going somewhere special, that maybe this time my parents were taking me somewhere just for me. I imagined a new house, a place where they might finally notice me. But when the car stopped, my stomach dropped. We were in front of Uncle James and Aunt Sarah's house. I smiled, thinking it was a short visit before we went to our new home.
Yay.
"Uncle James and Aunt Sarah," I said excitedly, running to the door. But when I tried to open it, it was locked. Confused, I turned to my parents. "They're not home." My mother's voice was emotionless. "They're at work. But don't worry, they'll be back soon." She grabbed my small bag and tossed it onto the doorstep. I frowned. "Wait, where are you going?" I took a step toward the car, but my father's voice stopped me. "Stay here, Evelyn." I felt my chest tighten. Are you leaving me here?" My mother sighed impatiently. "Sophia got into a prestigious private school. It guarantees her success. We sold the apartment to pay for her tuition and to move closer to her school. Having you around, it would just distract her."
Her words hit me like a slap.
My voice shook. But what about me?" My father leaned out of the car window, smiling as if this was just another normal day. "A new life begins for the three of us," he said cheerfully. "Goodbye, Evelyn." And just like that, they sped away. I stood there, frozen, watching the car disappear down the road. My heart pounded, my hands trembled.
"Mom.
"Dad," I screamed, running after the car. "Please don't leave me." But they were gone. The sun was setting, and I was alone. Completely alone. I don't know how long I stood there. My legs felt weak, and my mind raced, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Had they really abandoned me? Then I heard footsteps. A familiar voice called my name. "Evelyn, what are you doing out here?" I turned to see Uncle James and Aunt Sarah standing in front of me. The concern on their faces made my emotions spill over. I burst into tears, unable to speak, unable to explain. Uncle James quickly took off his jacket and wrapped it around me. "You're freezing," he said softly. He exchanged a look with Aunt Sarah, who bent down to wipe my tears. "Come inside, sweetheart," she whispered. "You're safe now." They led me inside, and as soon as I stepped into the warm, familiar house, I collapsed onto the couch, sobbing. My uncle and aunt didn't ask questions right away. They let me cry, let me feel the weight of what had just happened. After a while, Uncle James stood up and said, "I need to call your parents." I listened as the conversation turned into an argument. Uncle James's voice was angry, something I had never heard before. "How could you do this?" he demanded. "You abandoned your child like she was nothing." I couldn't hear what my father said on the other end, but whatever it was, it only made my uncle's fury grow. "Then don't bother coming back. She's staying with us." With that, he slammed the phone down. He turned to me, his expression softer now. "Evelyn," he said gently, "you're home now." Aunt Sarah pulled me into a hug. "You don't have to worry about anything anymore," she whispered. "You're safe with us." For the first time that night, I let out a deep breath. My parents were gone, and I was abandoned. But in that moment, I wasn't alone. I still didn't know what the future held, but one thing was clear. My life had just started over. For the first few weeks after my parents abandoned me, I barely spoke. My mind kept replaying that moment. The car driving away, my mother's cold words, my father's cheerful farewell, as if he was just dropping me off at school instead of leaving me behind forever. I felt like a discarded piece of trash, something unwanted and unnecessary. Every night, I lay awake, staring at the ceiling, wondering if I had done something wrong. Maybe if I had tried harder in school. Maybe if I had been more like Sophia. Maybe then they would have kept me. But no matter how much I wished it, the truth didn't change. They were gone, and they weren't coming back. Uncle James and Aunt Sarah never once made me feel like an outsider. They never treated me like a burden. Aunt Sarah made sure I had warm meals, clean clothes, and a room of my own. She would sit beside me at night, brushing my hair gently, whispering, "You're safe here, sweetheart. You don't have to be afraid anymore." Uncle James was patient with me. He never pushed me to talk about what had happened. Instead, he kept me close, introducing me to the world of woodcraft. Every day after school, I followed him to his small factory, watching as he skillfully carved pieces of wood into beautiful furniture, sculptures, and decorations. "You don't have to be good at school to be good at something," he told me one day. "You just have to find what you love and work hard at it." At first, I just watched, fascinated by the way his hands moved effortlessly, shaping rough wood into something beautiful. But one day, he handed me a small block of wood and a carving knife. "Try it," he said with a warm smile. "See how it feels." I was hesitant at first. I had never been good at anything before. But as I dragged the knife across the wood, something changed. My hands felt steady, my mind focused in a way it never had in school. I lost myself in the motion, carving simple patterns, feeling the texture of the wood under my fingers. For the first time in my life, I felt capable. Days turned into weeks, weeks into months. Slowly, I began to heal. The sadness was still there, but it wasn't as crushing anymore. My uncle and aunt had given me a new home, a new life, and a new passion. Woodcraft became my escape, my therapy. I would sit for hours carving small figures, intricate patterns, anything that came to my mind. Uncle James taught me everything he knew, how to smooth rough edges, how to shape the wood into something elegant, how to bring my ideas to life. But even with all the love and support I received, some wounds didn't heal so easily.
School was still hard.
My teachers weren't cruel, but they didn't understand me the way Uncle James and Aunt Sarah did. I still struggled to concentrate, still found it difficult to communicate my thoughts properly. My classmates didn't bully me, but they didn't try to befriend me either. I was just there. Invisible. Except for one person. Her name was Lena, and she was different from the other kids. She didn't care that I wasn't the smartest or the most social. She just sat with me during lunch, talked to me about silly things, and invited me over to her house without making me feel like she was doing me a favor. She made me feel normal. "You don't talk much, but that's okay," she once said with a grin. "I talk enough for both of us." For the first time, I had a friend. Years passed, and little by little, I found my place in the world. By the time I turned 18, I was no longer the scared, broken child my parents had abandoned. I had grown into someone new, someone stronger. Uncle James let me take on bigger projects at the factory, trusting me with more responsibilities. By then, I could carve furniture, decorative pieces, and even custom orders for clients. I had turned my passion into a skill, and for the first time, I felt valuable. Then one day, something unexpected happened. I was working late in the workshop when Aunt Sarah walked in, holding her phone with a strange look on her face. "Evelyn," she said carefully, "your parents called." My hands froze. A sharp, cold feeling ran through my chest. "What?" I whispered. She hesitated before continuing. They want to talk to you. I hadn't heard their voices in 15 years. I hadn't even thought about them in a long time. But now, just hearing that they had called sent my heart racing. I shook my head. I don't want to talk to them. Aunt Sarah nodded, respecting my decision. I told them that. But they're coming here. I felt like the air had been knocked out of my lungs. They what? They're coming to Texas, she said, her voice tight. Tomorrow. I couldn't breathe. I felt like I was 10 years old again, standing on that doorstep, watching them leave me behind.
Why? Why now?
I had built a life without them. I had learned to be happy without them. And now they were coming back. I didn't know what to think. I didn't know what to feel. But one thing was certain. Tomorrow, everything would change. I barely slept that night. My mind was a storm of memories I had tried so hard to bury. My parents had left me without hesitation, without looking back. They had treated me like I was nothing, like I was disposable. And now, after 15 years of silence, they were coming back?
Why?
What did they want from me? The next morning, I stayed in my room, staring at the ceiling, listening to the faint sounds of Aunt Sarah moving around in the kitchen. I kept hoping it was all a mistake, that they had changed their minds and wouldn't show up. But by the afternoon, my worst fear came true. I heard a car pull up outside. My stomach twisted painfully. Aunt Sarah knocked gently on my door. Evelyn, they're here. I didn't want to go. I didn't want to see them. But a part of me needed to. Not because I missed them, but because I wanted answers. I wanted to know why now. I walked out slowly, my heart pounding so hard it hurt. When I stepped onto the porch, I saw them. My parents. They looked different. My father, once sharp and confident, now had a slouched posture, a tired, defeated look in his eyes. My mother, who used to pride herself on looking perfect, had deep wrinkles, her expensive clothes replaced with worn-out jeans and a faded sweater. But the most shocking thing was that they smiled when they saw me. Evelyn, my father said cheerfully, stepping forward like we were long-lost family reuniting after years apart. You've grown so much. I took a step back. My hands curled into fists. I didn't trust that smile. My mother's eyes scanned the house, her gaze lingering on the woodcraft workshop. It's nice here, she said, nodding. Much better than I expected. Aunt Sarah stepped beside me, arms crossed. What do you want? Her voice was sharp, protective. My father sighed dramatically, as if he were exhausted from carrying some great burden. Evelyn, we need your help. There it was. The real reason they had come. Help. My voice was cold. You left me when I was 10. I haven't heard from you in 15 years. Now you need my help. My mother pursed her lips, as if she were annoyed by my attitude. We made mistakes, she said in a forced, apologetic tone. But we're still your parents. I felt something snap inside me. No, you're not. You gave up that title the day you drove away, and never looked back. My father sighed, rubbing his temples, as if I was the one being difficult. Look, Evelyn, we're in trouble. We lost everything. Our house, our jobs. And Sophia, well, she isn't doing so well either. My breath caught in my throat. Sophia. I hadn't thought about her in years. I remembered how perfect she was in my parents' eyes, how she had everything handed to her. What happened to her? As if reading my mind, my mother shook her head. She was doing great for a while. Got into the best college, had a high-paying job, but then she just failed. Failed? I frowned. She couldn't handle the pressure, my father muttered. She quit her job, shut herself in her apartment. Wouldn't even open the door for us. We had to leave her behind when things got bad for us. A bitter laugh escaped my lips. So, you abandoned her too? Neither of them answered. That was all I needed to know. And now you're here, I said, my voice steady. Because you need money. My mother gave me a fake smile. You've done well for yourself, haven't you? She glanced toward Uncle James's workshop. We heard you're running a successful business. Your father and I were thinking we could help. You know, become part of the family business. I felt sick. They weren't here because they cared. They weren't here because they regretted what they did. They were here because they wanted something from me. I shook my head.
No.
My father frowned. No. No, I took a step forward, my heart pounding. You left me when I was a child. You treated me like garbage. And now that you've lost everything, you want to use me?
No.
I don't owe you anything. My mother's smile disappeared. You're being ungrateful. That made my blood boil. Ungrateful. I took another step toward her. You left me to fend for myself at 10 years old. You treated me like I wasn't even a person. And now you expect me to just hand over my life to you. My father's face darkened. Evelyn, we're your family. Blood is blood. I clenched my jaw.
No.
Family is the people who love and support you. And that's not you. There was silence. Then Aunt Sarah did something that nearly made me laugh. She walked back into the house and returned with a bag of salt. My mother's eyes widened. What are you doing? Aunt Sarah smirked. Bad luck, she said simply, before throwing a handful of salt right at them. My parents flinched. What the? Uncle James joined in, tossing salt right at my father's face. You abandoned Evelyn once. You don't get to waltz back into her life like nothing happened. I grabbed the bag and, with one final, satisfying move, I dumped the rest of the salt onto them. My mother gasped in outrage. My father looked furious. Get out, I said. And don't ever come back. They tried to argue, but Uncle James stepped forward, his expression dark. If you don't leave right now, I'll make sure the sheriff knows you're trespassing. That did it. My parents, covered in salt, glared at me one last time before storming off. As they got into their car, my mother rolled down the window and spat. You'll regret this, Evelyn. But I didn't. I watched as their car disappeared down the road, just like it had 15 years ago. But this time, I wasn't crying. I wasn't broken. I turned to Aunt Sarah and Uncle James, my real family. They smiled at me proud. I had won. But something told me this wasn't over yet. A few weeks passed after my parents left, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't over. I wanted to believe they had given up, that they had finally accepted I was not going to be their lifeline. But deep down, I knew better. People like them didn't just walk away without trying to take what they thought they deserved. Then, one evening, just as the sun dipped below the horizon, a knock echoed through the house. At first, I thought it was a customer for the workshop, but the way the knocking grew louder, more impatient, sent a chill down my spine. Uncle James answered the door, and for a moment, there was silence. Then, I heard his voice, sharp and commanding. What do you want? I walked toward the entrance, my heart racing. And there she was. Sophia. She stood on the porch, looking nothing like the confident, perfect sister I remembered. Her once polished appearance was gone. Her hair was unkempt, her clothes wrinkled, and her eyes looked hollow, as if she hadn't slept in days. She looked at me, and for the first time in my life, there was no smugness, no superiority. Just shame. Evelyn, she whispered. I didn't know where else to go. I didn't say anything.
I didn't know what to say.
This was the sister who had spent years looking down on me, who had refused to acknowledge my existence in school, who had everything handed to her while I was tossed aside like trash.
And now?
She was here, abandoned just like I had been. Aunt Sarah stepped beside me, arms crossed. Where are your parents? Sophia let out a bitter laugh. Gone. Her voice cracked. They took whatever money they had left and ran. I woke up one morning and they were just gone. No note, no explanation. I lost my apartment. I have no job. I have nothing. She swallowed hard, looking at me. I know I don't deserve it, but can I stay here? My first instinct was to say no, to turn her away, like she had turned her back on me for years. It would have been easy,
but something stopped me.
Maybe it was the way she looked, like a lost child, like I had looked the day I stood on this very doorstep, abandoned and alone. Or maybe it was something else, a part of me that still believed people could change. I didn't answer right away. Instead, I turned to Uncle James. He studied Sophia for a long moment before speaking. You can stay, he said, but under one condition. She nodded quickly. Anything. You work, he said simply. You want to stay here? You earn your place. No handouts. I expected her to hesitate, to argue. But she didn't. She just nodded again, her shoulders slumping in relief. Okay, I'll do whatever you need. And so, Sophia stayed. At first it was awkward. We barely spoke, only exchanging words when necessary. But as time passed, I saw something shift in her. She worked in the factory, starting with the most basic tasks, cleaning, organizing, assisting with small projects. She wasn't naturally skilled at woodcraft, but she was good with numbers, and soon, she began handling sales, customer orders, and business planning. It was strange watching her struggle, seeing her fail and try again, something she had never had to do before. But she didn't quit. One day, as we were closing up the workshop, she turned to me. I used to think I was better than you, she admitted, her voice quiet. I thought because I was smarter in school, I was worth more. I was wrong. I didn't say anything. She took a deep breath. I'm sorry, Evelyn. It was the first time she had ever apologized. The first time she had ever acknowledged what she had done. I wasn't sure if I was ready to forgive her completely. But for the first time, I believed she truly meant it. Months passed, and Sophia became a part of our lives. We weren't sisters in the way normal siblings were, but we were rebuilding something real, something honest. Then one day the phone rang. Aunt Sarah answered, and her face twisted in disgust. She put the phone on speaker. Evelyn. My mother's voice came through. We need your help. I felt Sophia stiffen beside me. We're in serious trouble, my father added. We have no place to go. We need money. We can come live with you. I cut them off.
No.
Silence. Then my mother's voice turned sharp. Evelyn, we're your parents. You owe us. I laughed. A real, genuine laugh. I don't owe you anything. Sophia reached over and hung up the phone. We never heard from them again. Now, as I sit at the dinner table, surrounded by Uncle James, Aunt Sarah, and yes, even Sophia, I feel something I never thought I'd have.
Peace.
I may have lost the family I was born into, but I found the family I was meant to have. And for the first time in my life, I am truly happy. At my sister's fancy engagement party, my angry mom yelled at my 8-year-old, "Who let you come here?" Then she pushed her. My daughter spilled coffee on the dress. My sister slapped her. When I tried to help, they threw us out. We stayed quiet until my daughter's video went viral. What happened after shocked everyone. I never thought the night my younger sister got engaged would be the night everything in my life would shift. Not just for me, but for my 8-year-old daughter, Bella. If someone had told me that walking into a luxury rooftop party would end with my child in tears and my family finally showing their true colors, I would have laughed. Or maybe not. Maybe deep down I already knew. I just didn't want to admit it. My name is Rachel Moore. I'm 35, a single mother, and a graphic designer based in Seattle. I've spent most of my adult life trying to do things quietly, gracefully. Not to rock the boat. Especially not with my family. But no matter how quiet or respectful I was, I always felt like I was standing just outside the frame, looking in at a picture-perfect family I was somehow born into, but never truly a part of. That night started out like most family gatherings. I dressed Bella in her favorite lavender dress, the one with little embroidered daisies on the sleeves. She was excited, giddy even. "Do you think Aunt Lena will like my dress?" she asked, twirling in front of the mirror. I smiled. "She'll love it, sweetheart." I didn't say the part one was thinking if she even notices. Lena, my younger sister, was always the star. The golden child. At 28, she had built a massive following as a lifestyle influencer, posting photos of curated breakfasts, designer shoes, and her perfect engagement journey with Jared Blake, a handsome venture capitalist from San Diego. Their engagement party was everything you'd expect from someone obsessed with perfection. A rooftop venue in Los Angeles, decked out with cascading lights, live music, a dessert fountain, and enough glass walls to make you feel like you were floating above the city. As Bella and I stepped through the double doors of the venue, I immediately felt it, that cold distance. People looked, then quickly looked away. No smiles. No welcomes. It was as if our presence had already upset some invisible balance. My heels clicked softly against the marble floor as we walked toward the main area. And then I saw her, my mother, Elaine. She spotted us instantly and made her way over, her expression unreadable. She wore a navy blue gown, her hair styled in the elegant twist she always favored for events like this. She looked at Bella, then at me, then leaned down slightly and whispered in a sharp tone to my daughter, "Why would you even come to something this elegant? This isn't a playground." I froze. Before I could react, she placed her hand on Bella's shoulder, not harshly, but with enough pressure to push her gently back. Bella, startled, stumbled a step. I didn't even notice the small coffee cup in her hand until it slipped from her fingers. Time slowed. The cup tipped forward. A splash of brown liquid flew through the air, landing directly on Lena's $12,000 designer engagement gown. It happened so fast, and yet felt like an eternity. The entire room gasped. Lena screamed, "Are you kidding me?" She stood up in shock, staring down at her ruined dress, coffee staining the ivory lace like a spreading bruise. Then her eyes locked on Bella. "You cheap little girl," Lena shouted. "How dare you? You just ruined my dress." And then, before I could even move, she slapped my daughter across the face.
Hard.
The sound echoed through the room. Bella cried out and collapsed into sobs, her little hands covering her cheek. I rushed forward, wrapping my arms around her as if my body could shield her from the shame. My mind struggled to catch up. Was this really happening? Had my sister, the golden child, just hit my child in front of 200 people? "What is wrong with you?" I yelled, standing between Lena and Bella. "What's wrong with you?" my mother hissed. "You should never have brought her here. You've embarrassed us enough." Martin, my father, appeared beside her, his face stiff with quiet judgment. "Take your daughter and go," he said flatly. I looked at him, at the man who once read me bedtime stories and taught me how to ride a bike. There was nothing in his eyes now. No warmth. No confusion. Just cold agreement. "I just need a second to explain." "No," my mother snapped. "You've done enough." Security. 2 men in black suits appeared at her command. I didn't fight. I just picked Bella up and held her tight. My daughter's tears soaked my shoulder. I couldn't even cry. Not yet. As we were escorted through the crowd, I saw people whispering behind champagne glasses, their phones raised discreetly. I saw Lena standing tall despite her ruined dress, her lips curled in disgust. And then I saw him, Jared, her fiancé. He stood by the dessert table, eyes wide, mouth slightly open, clearly unsure of what he had just witnessed. But he didn't say a word. Outside, I sat on the curb with Bella in my lap, her sobs growing softer. My hands trembled as I held her. I felt exposed, humiliated. I had brought my daughter into the lion's den thinking maybe, just maybe, they'd show her the love they never showed me. And instead, they proved who they really were. Later that night, after Bella had fallen asleep curled up on the couch, I sat on the edge of my bed replaying everything in my mind. The slap. The stares. The way my own parents had sided with Lena without a second thought. And then I remembered. I had left my phone on record by accident when I went to film the party decor. When I opened my camera roll, I found it a full video. Every second of the incident was there. My mother's cold words.
The push.
The spilled coffee. The slap. The screams. The insults. I looked over at Bella, sleeping peacefully despite the dried tears on her cheeks. They had tried to shame us out of existence. But they forgot one thing. My daughter has a voice. And I have the truth. The next morning, I woke up to the sound of Bella in the living room. I expected silence. Maybe a few sniffles. But instead, I heard her speaking, firm, quiet but clear. I walked out and saw her sitting cross-legged on the floor, holding my phone up in front of her like she was talking to someone. Only it wasn't a video call. She was recording. She didn't see me at first. Her little face was still puffy from crying the night before, but her voice didn't waver. "My name is Bella. I'm 8 years old. Yesterday, I went to my Aunt Lena's engagement party. I wore my favorite dress. I thought it would be fun." She paused and looked straight into the camera. "But when I got there, my grandma said I didn't belong. And then she pushed me. I spilled my drink by accident. My aunt got mad. She hit me. My mom and I were kicked out. I felt frozen in the doorway." Bella took a breath and lifted her hand to show the faint red mark still left on her cheek. "I just wanted to be part of the family." I knelt beside her slowly. "Sweetheart, what are you doing?" She looked at me with those deep brown eyes, so small, yet already filled with more understanding than I ever had at her age. "I'm telling the truth, Mommy. People should know." I didn't stop her. Together, we watched the video again. I hesitated for a long time before uploading it. I wasn't someone who lived online. I didn't care for social media fights or public drama.
But this wasn't about me.
This was about my daughter, about her pain, and about a moment no child should ever have to go through, especially not from people meant to love her. So, I helped her post it. The video was simple. Just Bella's quiet words, and then a short clip from my phone. The moment of the slap, the yelling, and the cold dismissal. No edits. No music. Just the raw truth. Within hours, the views started climbing. At first a few hundred, then thousands. By that evening, over 1 million. Comments flooded in. How could anyone treat a child like that? That poor girl. Justice for Bella. By the next day, the video had over 4 million views. Hashtags like #JusticeForBella and #ToxicFamilyUnmasked were trending. Influencers were reposting it, parenting pages were tagging us, and my inbox was flooded with requests from journalists and podcasts. But I ignored them all. I didn't want this to become entertainment. I just wanted people to know what really happened. That evening, as the sun began to dip, there was a knock on the door. I opened it slowly and saw Jared standing there, still in his engagement party suit, jacket off, tie loose, eyes full of something between sadness and disbelief.
"Hi," he said.
I didn't respond at first, just waited. "I saw the video," he said softly, "and I saw the messages too." I frowned. What messages? He looked down, then pulled out his phone. After everything happened, I went home and couldn't sleep. I remembered something Lena had said once about working with a PR agency for the wedding. So I went through her emails. Some were linked to our shared planning folder. I found messages between her and her manager. He swallowed hard. She was planning to sell the engagement content to a brand deal. $500,000. She wrote that once the wedding buzz died down, she'd find a way to make me sign a prenup in her favor. And then move on. My mouth went dry. I stared at him. He looked up at me, his expression raw. She never loved me. She loved the idea of me. What I could give her. The connections. The image. I stepped aside and let him in. He saw Bella sitting on the couch, holding a stuffed fox in her lap. She looked up, wide-eyed. Jared knelt in front of her gently. "Bella, I'm so sorry for what happened to you. What my fiancé did, what your family did that was wrong. And you were very brave to speak up." Bella nodded slowly, but didn't say much. She still didn't fully understand what kind of storm she had stepped into. Jared stood up and faced me. "The engagement's off. I told Lena this morning. And I told my mom everything." I blinked. "Your mom? Sandra?" He nodded. "She always had a weird feeling about Lena. Said she smiled too hard. Today she called and said she's been watching the video. She wants to talk to you." That caught me off guard. I didn't know Sandra well, but I always thought of her as this high-powered, distant figure. The kind of woman who ran boardrooms without blinking. That night she called. "Rachel." Her voice was firm but kind. "I wanted to reach out woman to woman. I don't condone what happened. I can't imagine what your daughter is feeling. But I can tell you, you did the right thing. You didn't stay silent." I thanked her, unsure what else to say. "I've already spoken to a few people I trust," Sandra continued. "There's a lawyer who works with children involved in emotional trauma, someone who can help Bella if she needs it. I've also taken steps to ensure Lena doesn't turn this story around on you. She's already reaching out to spin things in the media.
Of course she was.
She's blaming me? I asked, stunned. She's trying to, Sandra said calmly, but she won't succeed. After the call, I sat on the couch and stared at the city lights through the window. I felt like I was finally breathing after years of holding it all in. I thought back to every birthday where Lena got the best gifts. Every dinner where I was cut off mid-sentence. Every time my parents praised her charm while brushing off my hard work. It had built up like dust in the corners of a forgotten room. But now, someone had pulled open the blinds. And the truth was everywhere. I looked at Bella, her small form curled under a blanket. She had unknowingly changed everything. She didn't just speak for herself. She had spoken for me, too. For the version of me that stayed quiet for too long. And suddenly, I wasn't afraid anymore. 3 days after the video went viral, my mother called. I let it ring until it went silent. Then she called again. And again. 8 times in total. I didn't answer any of them. Then came the text. We need to talk. This has gone too far. Call me back immediately. Too far? The words hit me like a slap. Not. I'm sorry. Not. Is Bella okay? Just more control. More commands. They still didn't understand. Or maybe they never wanted to. I didn't reply. That same day, Lena posted a video of her own. A heavily edited reel with soft background music, tears carefully sliding down her cheeks, and a script that barely touched reality. She said the incident was deeply unfortunate and twisted by social media. She blamed miscommunication and even claimed she was under pressure and didn't mean to lash out. Not once did she say Bella's name. Not once did she take responsibility. And worst of all, she said I had encouraged my daughter to act out for attention. I sat in disbelief, watching it. Bella was in her room drawing, unaware of how far her aunt's cruelty stretched. But the world wasn't buying it. The comments under Lena's video were ruthless. She hit a child and now plays the victim? This is why the internet has receipts. Rachel and Bella, we believe you. Still, the damage had been done. A few gossip blogs picked up Lena's video, trying to stir both sides of the story. Headlines like "Family Feud at Luxury Engagement Party" and "Influencer Slaps Niece, Says It Was a Misunderstanding" floated across the internet. I could feel the tension rising. And I knew it wasn't over yet. That night, Sandra Blake asked me to meet her at a quiet cafe near her office. I almost said no, but something in her voice made me feel safe. Not out of pity, but out of real respect. She greeted me with a firm handshake and sat across the table, her silver hair pulled into a neat twist, sharp eyes watching every movement in the room. I wanted to look you in the eye, she said, and say thank you. I blinked. For what? For showing Jared what love should not look like. We talked for over an hour. She told me how Jared had questioned Lena's behavior before, the way she talked down to waiters, how she rolled her eyes at his ideas. But he'd brushed it off. Love can blind the best of people. Sandra also revealed something else. The night of the engagement party, she said, Jared told me he overheard your father and Lena talking near the restroom. I leaned in, unsure what she meant. They were discussing how they were going to spin the evening's events. Your father said, and I quote, "We'll say Bella got upset, threw her drink, and Rachel overreacted. No one will believe her anyway. Lena's our brand now." I felt my hands clench around the coffee cup. They used your sister's engagement as a business tool, she said. They had sponsors lined up, potential reality deals. You and Bella were in the way. I had always known I wasn't the favorite, but to hear it laid out like that, it hit harder than I thought it would. I was never a daughter to them. I was just a shadow to be kept quiet. Sandra reached into her bag and handed me an envelope. These are legal documents, she said. They protect you and Bella. From harassment. From defamation. If Lena or your parents try to contact you again publicly, they'll be met with legal action. I was speechless. You didn't have to do this. She looked at me firmly. No child should be hit. And no mother should be silenced. When I got home, I sat with Bella and asked her gently how she was feeling. She looked up at me, her voice small. Is it my fault? I shook my head, holding back the tears I hadn't let fall since that night. No, baby. None of it is your fault. You did the bravest thing ever. You told the truth. She nodded slowly, resting her head on my shoulder. Do we still have a family? The question broke something in me, but I answered the only way I could. We have each other, and that's enough. The next day, I got an invitation, no, a demand from my parents to attend a private resolution meeting. I didn't respond. Then Jared called. I think you should come, he said. Not for them, but for you. He was right. It took everything in me to walk into that neutral meeting space, a quiet rented room in a Beverly Hills office building. The room was small, but tense with silence. My parents were already seated. My mother wore a stiff, neutral expression. My father refused to look me in the eye. Lena sat in the corner, arms crossed, sunglasses covering her face like this was some kind of celebrity scandal. I sat down across from them, calm. I had Bella waiting in the next room with Sandra, just in case. Lena spoke first. You've embarrassed this family beyond belief. I said nothing. You let your daughter post lies online. They weren't lies. I cut in. My mother sighed. Rachel, this could have been handled quietly. Like adults. You mean brushed under the rug? I asked. Like everything else? You've always been dramatic, she snapped. You're doing this to make us look bad. I turned to her, finally meeting her gaze. You made yourselves look bad. Then Jared stood up, silent until now. I've heard enough, he said. You used me. You used your daughter. You tried to destroy the truth. He looked directly at Lena. It's over. The engagement, the brand deals, the lies. I'm done. Lena's mask cracked. What? You're taking her side? No, he said, his voice ice. I'm taking the side of the truth. He handed her an envelope. These are termination documents for every business deal we plan together. I've already pulled the investors. Lena stared at him in shock, like she didn't understand how her world was crumbling. My father finally spoke. Jared, please don't make a scene. He turned to him. You already did. As we left the room, Lena yelled after me. You always wanted this, didn't you? To ruin me. I stopped at the door, turned back, and said the one thing I knew would stick. No. I wanted you to love us. But since that was too hard, at least now we're free. When I walked out of that meeting room with Jared by my side and Bella waiting for me just down the hallway, I knew something permanent had shifted. Not just in my family, but in me. I had spent my whole life hoping for a moment like that. A moment where someone would finally stand up and say, you were right. They were wrong. I just never imagined it would come after my daughter had to suffer to make it happen. Sandra smiled softly when she saw us. She handed Bella a juice box and ruffled her hair gently. Bella beamed. It was such a small gesture, but it meant everything. Just kindness, plain and simple. Something so rare in the world I came from. Over the next week, the storm continued to unfold. Lena's sponsorship deals started to crumble. Brands pulled out. Her follower count dropped by the thousands. Comments flooded her pages, people asking why she hadn't apologized, why she was hiding. The truth had legs now. It couldn't be contained. And unlike before, she had no one left to shield her from the consequences. My parents tried to stay silent, but the media found them anyway. Photos from the engagement party leaked, showing Lena mid-slap, Bella's face turning away in fear. The expressions of the guests in the background said it all. Horror, shock, disbelief. The same faces who once turned away from me at family events were now being forced to look at what they allowed, what they supported. A week later, I was back in Seattle with Bella, trying to settle back into our quiet routine. I had taken a short break from work, just to breathe, to think, to rebuild. The phone calls from media outlets never stopped. Offers came from magazines, podcasts, even 2 television networks. They wanted the story, our story, but I said no to all of them. It wasn't because I didn't want people to know. They already knew. It was because I wanted peace. My whole life, I had been part of someone else's performance. The pretty pictures, the fake smiles, the carefully crafted lies. Lena's story was always front and center. I was tired of being a footnote. I didn't need to be heard by millions. I just needed my daughter to know that I would never let anyone silence her again. And more than that, I would never again silence myself. One morning, Bella sat with me on the couch, holding a small photo album she had pulled from the shelf. It was old, something my mother had put together when we were kids. Most of the photos were of Lena, birthday parties, dance recitals, school awards. Page after page, all the attention focused on her. Bella turned to one of the last pages. Their eye was barely visible in the corner of a family Christmas photo, mostly hidden behind the tree. She looked up at me and asked, "Why weren't you in more pictures?" I smiled gently and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "Because they didn't see me, sweetheart. Not the way I needed them to." She nodded, as if she understood more than any 8-year-old should. Then she closed the album and said, "I see you." I cried for the first time since that night. Not because I was sad, but because I was finally healing. A few days later, my phone buzzed. My father. The name I hadn't seen pop up in over a week. I answered this time. "Rachel," he said, voice rough and low. "I'm not good at this." I stayed quiet. But that day in the meeting, I heard what you said. And I should have said something a long time ago. I still didn't say anything. Let him speak. "You were right. We hurt you." And I let it happen. A long pause. "I don't expect forgiveness. But I needed you to hear that. At least once." I let the silence hang between us. Not angry. Not bitter. Just finished. "Thank you," I finally said. "But I'm not carrying this anymore." "I understand," he said quietly. And then he hung up. That night, I pulled out the old photo album and placed it in a box. I didn't rip it up. I didn't burn it. I just put it away. That part of my life didn't need to be erased. It just didn't need to take up space anymore. The next morning, Bella and I packed our bags and left for Sedona, Arizona. It was a trip I had always dreamed of taking. Something always came up before: holidays, birthdays, events I was guilted into attending.
But not this time.
This time, I chose us. We stayed in a small cabin near the Red Rocks, where the sky turned gold in the early evening and the air smelled like peace. Bella ran along the hiking trails, collected little stones, and asked endless questions about the stars. For the first time in a long time, I wasn't looking over my shoulder. I wasn't wondering what my mother thought of my clothes or what Lena might say behind my back. I wasn't shrinking. One night, as we sat on a bench overlooking the valley, Bella leaned her head on my shoulder. "Do you think they miss us?" she asked. I took a breath and said, "Maybe. But missing someone doesn't mean they were good to you." She nodded, slowly, then asked, "Will we see them again?" "Maybe," I said truthfully. "But not if it means we have to be small to fit into their world." She looked up at the stars, her small hand resting in mine. "I like our world better."
So did I.
And that's the truth. I didn't just walk away from a party that night. I walked away from a lifetime of trying to be enough for people who never saw me. I walked away from silence.
From shame.
From the illusion of family built on favoritism and control. I walked into something new. A life where my daughter knows she matters. A life where I know I do too. And for the first time, that's all I need.
It's hard for me to wrap my head around this, but are you all really planning on coming to this event? I'm honestly surprised you're even considering it. Nancy, why would you say something like that? This ceremony is supposed to be dignified, and having a family like yours here, which isn't exactly wealthy, kind of takes away from that sophistication. So, could you kindly leave as soon as you can? On the day of my brother's wedding, our family's happiness started to fade when my brother's bride-to-be, dressed in her flawless white gown, spoke words that felt cold and heavy, overshadowing her beautiful appearance and casting a shadow over our spirit. She looked down on our family, aware of the others watching, leaving us completely taken aback. It seemed she believed our simple presence lowered the prestige of her world. Her baseless insults were directed only at us, showing a clear disdain for our family. Yet, in response to this unjust treatment, only our dad burst into laughter, as if to lighten the mood. "Hey, what an interesting situation," Dad said, his laughter surprising everyone around and bringing a moment of silence to the crowd. "I'm Karen, 22 years old, living a pretty normal life. I graduated from an average university and now work as an admin at a reputable company. Ordinary is probably the best word to describe my journey so far. My dad, on the other hand, is a renowned figure in neurology. After years at a university hospital, he started his own clinic. Now semi-retired, he focuses fully on brain research. The clinic is currently managed by a protege of his. My parents and friends often ask why I didn't follow in the medical footsteps. They expect a lot from me, but I always say the same thing. The responsibility of dealing with life and death is too much for me. I want to make a difference and help people, but that doesn't mean I'm ready to take on the noble role of a doctor." My brother James, however, chose differently. 3 years my senior, he's always been academically brilliant and got into a prestigious medical school directly. He's also quite handsome, which makes him popular. But his academic and social success seems to have changed him, especially after a certain point. Back when I was in high school, my brother's social life took off after he got into medical school. His dates became the talk of the town, and his trips home grew few and far between. Though he was supposedly immersed in university life, his social media painted a different picture, one where he was often seen enjoying the company of various women. This pattern didn't escape our father's notice, and it sparked a family argument when my brother dropped by home after weeks away. During this rare visit, my dad confronted him, visibly upset. "James, can you explain what exactly you're doing with your time at university?" James, ever the casual one, shrugged it off. "What's the big deal, Dad? I'm passing my classes and doing fine with my grades." But Dad wasn't having any of it. "It's not just about grades," he said sternly. "Being a doctor is more than that. You need to be able to understand and share the feelings of your patients." James, impatient, replied, That's such a hassle. Nowadays, if you're skilled, you can be anything. Can we not stick to these old-fashioned ideas?" Dad was taken aback and deeply upset by his response. James grew more defiant. "I can't stand this oppressive vibe. Please, just stop interfering in my life, Dad." During these exchanges, my brother boldly stated his views, not sparing me either. He made it clear he thought little of me, saying things like, "You're nowhere near my level. Clumsy as you are, you're lucky to have a brother like me." Every time he visited, he'd throw insults my way. Growing up, I'd always measured myself against him, which left me unable to stand up for myself. Despite finishing his medical studies, my brother hit a roadblock. He passed the national exam but couldn't land a job at any healthcare facility. He was confident in his abilities and even applied to 2 top university hospitals, only to be rejected by both. It turned out the issue was his attitude during the interviews. We learned what really happened through some of my dad's friends at those hospitals. Despite his qualifications, his lack of experience and, more importantly, his demeanor in those interviews seemed to be the deal breakers. My brother displayed an arrogant demeanor, confidently asserting that he could boost the hospital's finances, and openly mocked our father's advice to prioritize patient empathy with a disdainful chuckle. Upon learning about my brother's predicament, my father, torn between disappointment and hope, addressed him with a blend of calm and authority. "James, you'll start working at our family clinic for now," he proposed. My brother was taken aback. "Why should I do that?" My father calmly but firmly pressed on. "It's a temporary measure until you find your footing elsewhere. Use this time to get back to the basics." James accepted, albeit grudgingly, his face a mix of resignation and discontent. His attitude toward our family was unmistakably filled with resentment. Yet, in his confusion and frustration, he was embraced by our father, who offered him a chance to start anew. Whether motivated by paternal love, professional ethics, or another reason, my father hoped James would evolve into a compassionate doctor. Despite this, James showed no signs of wanting to meet those expectations. Now employed at our father's clinic, patient grievances about him are frequent, and rumors of his poor conduct spread widely. Instead of improving, James's egocentric behavior has intensified within the clinic. He boasts about eventually succeeding our father as the clinic's director, causing unease among everyone. We're left to hope that, eventually, my father's sincere wishes will resonate with James. In the midst of this, James brought home a surprising guest to introduce to us as his fiancée A. "This is my fiancée A," he announced with assurance. We were rendered speechless by the abruptness of the introduction. While his fiancée A appeared sophisticated and well-mannered at first glance, there was something off about her demeanor and smile that made me uneasy. The way she looked at our family with a subtly arrogant smile raised questions and discomfort within me. I couldn't help but wonder what lay behind that unsettling presence. Was it all in my head, or was there something more to be wary of? The unease I felt since the day we met my future sister-in-law lingers. Despite my reservations, the wheels for my brother's wedding were set in motion. Since getting engaged, my brother, who once lived by himself, started coming home more often. Yet, these visits weren't about cherishing family time. They were about seeking financial aid from our parents for his upcoming wedding. Just the other day, he was asking for a significant sum for the wedding, I remember. "James," my father began, "I'm glad you're getting married, but as someone about to start a new family, you need to connect with each patient genuinely." "How many times will I hear this lecture?" "I engage with my patients enough," James retorted, clearly annoyed. "Then why do we keep hearing complaints?" "Some patients have even asked to switch doctors," my father countered, citing specific incidents to make his point. "Those complaints probably come from not meeting their expectations." "They should just listen and not complain all the time," James snapped back. My father, with a sterner voice, said, "Your attitude is the issue. It's affecting the hospital's reputation. You need to understand the seriousness of this." James, irritated, conceded, "Fine, I get it. Be more empathetic, right? If that's what it takes, then help me with the wedding costs." I want it to be memorable for Nancy. We were briefly moved by James's fervent appeal. After some thought, my father agreed with a condition. "Okay, James, but you must become a responsible doctor and a supportive husband." "Yes, Dad. I'll be the dependable doctor you envision." "If I keep my word, will you help with the wedding?" James promised. "Deal. We'll support the wedding," my father concluded, hoping James would live up to his promise. "I'll have the estimates for you later," James said, and when he finally sent them over, the figure was a staggering $50,000. Holding the estimate, which took me by surprise, I turned to my father unsure. "Dad, are you sure about this? Are we really going to spend so much on the wedding?" A wedding is a once-in-a-lifetime event. James wants to make it memorable for Nancy and himself, and I understand that desire, Dad explained. But I couldn't help wondering if this was just my brother being extravagant. "But $50,000, Dad? Isn't that a bit much?" "It's okay, Karen. I believe James has begun to see things differently, maybe even taken some time to reflect," Dad reassured me, though I remained skeptical about my brother's capacity for such reflection. "Even so, Dad, when it's my turn, you'll do the same for me, right?" I asked, half jokingly. "Of course, Karen. When your time comes, I'll be there for you too," he promised, which didn't exactly address my concerns, but at least confirmed his support was unconditional. Resolved that the financial decisions were ultimately Dad's to make, I tried to put aside my doubts about James's intentions. However, my worry didn't just disappear. On a day off, as I was enjoying some shopping in the city center, I unexpectedly bumped into James and Nancy. They greeted me with smiles that seemed to carry a hidden agenda. "Look who it is, Karen. Long time no see. You're coming to the wedding next month, right?" James asked, as if there was any chance I'd miss it. "Of course, I'll be there." "I wouldn't miss it for the world," I replied, though the enthusiasm wasn't mutual. "Just make sure you bring a nice gift, okay?" James added, setting an awkward tone. Nancy then chimed in. "Karen, have you thought about how much you're going to give for the wedding gift?" I hesitated. "Well, I've looked up what's usual. If it's less than $3,500, you might want to think again," she suggested, catching me completely off guard. Is that normal? I asked, puzzled by such an expectation. It's only common sense, right? Especially for family, Nancy insisted, leaving me flabbergasted. This was the first I'd heard of such common sense, and it left me wondering where these expectations were coming from. Understanding the usual range for a wedding gift from siblings to be around $800 to $12, I had initially decided to generously contribute $2,000 to steer clear of any potential friction. Yet, being confronted with such a staggering and unexpected demand from Nancy left me dumbfounded. The audacity to suggest a gift of at least $3,500 was something I couldn't fathom. What assumptions were they operating under to demand such a significant amount, especially from someone not directly involved in the wedding? This incident only intensified the uneasy feelings I had harbored since our first encounter, painting my future sister-in-law as someone who might prove challenging to get along with. After processing the shock, I discussed this development with my parents back home. To my surprise, they maintained a composed stance and concurred that $2,000 was a fitting sum for a wedding gift. Despite my reluctance to bend to Nancy's unrealistic expectations, I agreed to proceed with the original amount I had in mind, believing it to be a judicious choice under the circumstances. With mixed feelings of duty and anticipation, coupled with ongoing reservations about my brother's choices, I attended his wedding. Dressed in an elegant green ensemble, I allowed the celebratory ambiance, with its vibrant decorations and sumptuous banquet, to momentarily distract me from my concerns. The ceremony was beautiful, transporting us through time with its splendor. However, the time for photos brought an unwelcome jolt back to reality. As Nancy and my brother approached our table, her smile carried an unmistakable tinge of contempt. "Oh, just showing up like usual, huh? Having a poor family here really drags down the whole events class. Maybe you could leave a bit early?" she suggested with a sneer. Her words were like a slap in the face, igniting a fury in me I hadn't known before. The notion of being labeled as a poor family was absurd and utterly reprehensible. Not just IE, but our parents too were taken aback, rendered speechless by such blatant disrespect. My brother's reaction, a hearty laugh, only added insult to injury, leaving me staring at him, bewildered and demanding an explanation for such inexcusable behavior. My voice shook as I confronted my brother. "Wait, how can you just stand there? Why would Nancy say something so terrible?" I demanded an explanation, puzzled and hurt. James's response was filled with a smug arrogance. "Because it's true. You're looking at the winner here. I'm on my way to becoming the head of the clinic, a real success in life," he boasted, his laughter ringing with contempt. It was as if he was announcing his victory to us, the so-called losers, completely oblivious to the fact that his position was largely thanks to our father's support. Our family was stunned into silence, but Nancy wasn't finished. "When will you stop groveling to James? Relying on your child's success? How pathetic," Nancy sneered, turning her mockery towards me. "You work at some low-tier company, don't you? And a wedding gift of just $2,000? How laughable!" I tried to defend myself, but her words cut deep. "It's just that I began," but she continued her relentless critique, insinuating that we were all trying to ride on my brother's coattails because he was destined to be the next clinic director. "Next clinic director?" I echoed in disbelief. "Yes, exactly. James is the chosen one," Nancy said, as if this was the most obvious thing in the world. Standing beside her, James wore a look of satisfaction, as if everything Nancy said was an indisputable truth. According to Nancy, our family was financially struggling, a narrative my brother seemed to have shared, painting himself as the clinic's future leader, a claim that was news to everyone, including the current director. The mood among the guests shifted uncomfortably at these revelations. James and Nancy, however, seemed unaffected, their smiles growing even more disdainful. But the moment that changed everything was when my father suddenly burst into laughter. His deep, hearty laughter filled the room, altering the atmosphere entirely. "What a splendid joke this is," he declared, still chuckling. Feeling uneasy, I turned to him for some kind of reassurance. "It's fine, just let it go." Let's head home, he said, still laughing. His laughter somehow made it easier to breathe, reminding us that the value of our family couldn't be diminished by such baseless arrogance. I stood there, shocked, as my father announced we were leaving the wedding early. We're not welcome here, just seen as a poor family to mock, he said with a resignation that took me by surprise. I wanted to protest, to argue that we shouldn't let their words drive us away, but my father was already moving towards the exit. Meanwhile, my brother and his wife seemed almost eager to see us leave. Then, turning to James with a serene composure, my father said, I'm not sure why you feel the need to pretend, but you should keep your ego in check. James, taken aback, responded, What do you mean, Dad? I'm not pretending anything. Is that so? My father continued then, as the next director, you should be able to demonstrate your abilities elsewhere, not just rely on this hospital. He then discreetly spoke to the current director, who nodded in agreement with whatever was being discussed. Now leave this place. Find a job at another hospital, my father advised James, who was visibly stunned by this directive. If you're truly meant to be a director, you'll succeed anywhere with your skills. Or is it that you're not as confident as you claim? Caught off guard, James fell silent, his defiance melting away. Nancy, by his side, turned pale, gripping his arm tightly, unable to comprehend the situation. James, what's going on? How can your dad dismiss you like that? James remained silent, his body language reflecting a turmoil of emotions he couldn't articulate. Nancy's voice became more insistent, seeking clarity on the promises James had made about their future. Amidst her probing, James seemed lost, disconnected from the conversation around him. Observing this, my father offered a smile filled with patience and understanding. Nancy, there's more to the story than you know. The hospital James works at is the same one I used to run, he explained, revealing a truth that surprised her. But Dad, aren't you working independently now? Nancy questioned, echoing one of the many fabrications James had spun. The reality was far from the tales James had told. My father's gentle clarification began to unravel the web of deceit, painting a picture of the situation that was rooted in truth, not in the inflated stories James had shared. The reality of our family situation is much different from what Nancy had been led to believe. I am indeed a doctor. My wife dedicates herself to our home, and Karen has a stable job in a leading management position within a prominent company. This revelation shocked Nancy, dismantling the illusion that we were a financially struggling family. In truth, James has faced numerous setbacks in his medical career, and I've had to support him through his job search challenges. There was never a plan to appoint him as the director of the hospital. The unfolding events at the wedding solidified my decision that releasing James from his position at the hospital was the right move, allowing me to do so without any reservations. As I laid bare these truths, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, burdening Nancy with a new reality. When I announced my decision to let James go and refuse to cover the extravagant $50,000 wedding bill, Nancy's disbelief and distress were palpable. With a steady resolve, I signaled for us to leave the venue, my wife and Karen following suit. As we departed, Nancy's protests lingered in the air, a stark contrast to the composed exit we made. The aftermath of that day was telling. The wedding ceremony was ultimately called off. The guests dispersed, and the anticipated funds to cover the wedding expenses were not realized, placing a heavy financial burden on James and Nancy. Both found themselves jobless, with Nancy having quit her job in expectation of a more comfortable life, and James, despite being a doctor, struggling to secure stable employment. The financial strain forced them into debt as they scrambled to manage through part-time work, their hopes of securing positions in reputable hospitals growing dimmer. As for our family, we've moved past the incident, no longer engaging in conversations about my brother. My parents have shifted their focus away from his future, bringing back a sense of peace and contentment to our home. This experience has underscored a crucial lesson. No matter one's intellect or qualifications, without empathy and respect for others, acceptance in society remains elusive. I believe that being able to connect and communicate effectively with others is more crucial than having top-notch grades. This is something my Fath Nancy Eyre has always emphasized. and it's a principle I hold dear. I'm dedicated to becoming someone who can really resonate with people on a personal level. Moving forward, I'm committed to putting even more effort into enhancing my ability to interact and build meaningful relationships with those around me.
My sister sternly announced, "We no longer need you here. Please leave the place where you work from home. You're just living off us," with a tone that signaled she was done discussing it. My parents joined in, singing the same tune in unison, "Get out. We're tired of you and your dog always being in the way." "If that's how you feel, I'll just do what I want," I replied, my mind already plotting my next steps. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Lisa, a 41-year-old single woman working as a freelance web designer. I can do my job from anywhere thanks to the internet and my home setup. I have my own space to work in, and I enjoy the freedom of managing my own time. Despite loving my job, my life was disrupted 5 years ago when my parents suddenly decided to visit me without notice. As soon as they walked into my house, they began to look around and soon started a conversation that hinted at major changes ahead. "This house is quite spacious, Lisa," my mother observed, looking around. "It almost seems like we could live here too." "And there's even a spare room," my father added. "It seems a waste for Lisa to live in such a big house all by herself." Without asking me, my parents had made up their minds in their typical manner. They seemed to think moving in with me was settled without even considering what I might want. I had never planned to live with them, and I made my position very clear. "Hold on a moment, I have no desire to live with you," I said, puzzled by their assumption. "What are you even suggesting?" My father's face flushed red with anger as he sharply retorted, "You've taken over this house, claiming it was from your Uncle Michael, and you're trying to claim it as your own. There's a limit to how low you can go." I tried to set the record straight. I didn't take it over. I had a proper discussion with Uncle Michael, and he willingly transferred it to me, I explained. Despite my protests, my parents had already decided to move in. They insisted, "Our old house is falling apart, and it's no longer suitable for us to live there." Given that my mother didn't work and my father's income wasn't enough to cover major repairs, they saw no other option but to move into the house I had inherited from my Uncle Michael. Faced with their difficult situation, I couldn't just leave them homeless, so I reluctantly agreed to let them move in. Once they settled in, however, they didn't hesitate to make sarcastic remarks. "Hey Lisa, you're already in your 40s, aren't you? Don't you have any plans of getting married?" They would taunt, always pointing out my single status. I find great satisfaction in my work and am truly content with my life. Yet the people around me often express concerns about my relationship prospects. They suggest that I should follow in my sister's footsteps, who has taken a different path in life. Contrary to their expectations, my sister's married life has faced its own challenges. Nevertheless, I remain unfazed, reassuring them that I'm perfectly fine with how things are. It was during one such discussion that my mother, who had been eavesdropping, decided to butt in. "Hey, don't speak ill of your sister like that. Unlike you, she's married and even has a stable job at a company," she interrupted. Defending my own choices, I replied, "I might not be married, but I am doing a respectable job too." My mother wasn't convinced and continued her criticisms. "You're always just messing around on your computer. You're probably making money through some shady means, aren't you?" she accused. Despite their doubts and criticism, I continued to live my life according to my own terms, valuing my independence and the career I've built. I quickly responded, "Shady? I'm earning my living honestly through legitimate work. There's no need to worry." My mother was not pleased with my reply and scolded me sharply, "How dare you talk back to your mother? You really are the complete opposite of your sister." This constant comparison of me to my sister by our parents was something I had become used to. While my sister worked a temporary office job, I had chosen a different path that allowed me to work from home. Although I knew our parents' generation might not fully understand the concept of remote work, It still hurt to be consistently belittled. However, one day while I was preparing dinner, instead of my perpetually idle parents, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. To my surprise, it was my sister Carol, burdened with a massive amount of luggage. "Hub, Carol, what's going on? It's been a while," I greeted her, taken aback by her sudden appearance. "This is sudden, but I'll be living in this house from today," Carol replied with urgency. Baffled, I blurted out, "Living here from today? I didn't hear anything about this." Carol explained, "Didn't Mom and Dad tell you? I got divorced, so I'll be counting on you from today." Despite my initial shock, I tried to maintain a welcoming demeanor. Ignoring my startled reaction, Carol trudged upstairs and promptly claimed an empty room as her own. My parents sided with her, and I found myself powerless to object. From that moment on, my stress levels began to rise. Carol, after her divorce, had quit her job and spent her days speaking ill of me with our mother. "Hey Mom, isn't this dress cute?" Carol would ask, showing off her latest shopping find. "Oh yes indeed, Carol. You're so pretty, it will definitely suit you," our mother would respond enthusiastically. Then Carol would turn to me and remark, "Do you think so too? It's totally not something Lisa would wear, right?" Unable to escape their critical gaze, I continued to live my life without reacting to their taunts. Despite the desire to retaliate, I realized that it would only play into their hands. So I remained steadfast and unresponsive to their attempts to provoke me. One fine day, I knew I had to stay strong and keep focusing on my own happiness, regardless of the negativity around me. I found myself in a truly heartwarming situation when one of my closest friends became the proud owner of a litter of 4 adorable puppies. This significant event sparked a series of changes that would enrich my life tremendously. The moment I saw those precious pups, I felt a deep connection. After careful thought, I decided to adopt a little black Chihuahua from the litter. I named him Charlie. Charlie was a bundle of joy, his round eyes sparkling with mischief. Every time he looked at me, his tail wagged so vigorously it seemed it might just detach in his excitement. I had always dreamed of owning a Chihuahua since I was a child, and finally having Charlie by my side brought immense happiness into my life. This was particularly true because I often worked from home, and Charlie's companionship provided a much-needed relief from the loneliness of my remote work days. "From today onwards, you're Charlie, okay?" "Woof," I declared to him, solidifying our bond. Caught up in my excitement, I didn't discuss my decision to bring Charlie home with my family. After all, it was my house, and I was fully responsible for all the expenses related to Charlie's care and well-being. I saw no reason for them to object. However, as soon as I introduced Charlie to my family, my parents and my sister Carol began voicing their concerns. They expressed their displeasure, upset that they hadn't been informed about my intention to get a dog. Some even mentioned their dislike for the potential odors that dogs could bring into a home. My parents and Carol were quite vocal in their disapproval, I recalled. "Hey, we didn't hear anything about you getting a dog," they protested. "Dogs smell, don't they? I hate odors," someone added. "Lisa, how could you just bring a dog home without consulting us?" They continued to scold me. Despite their complaints, I stood my ground and firmly defended my decision. It's my house, and I decided that Charlie and I needed each other. "His presence here is a source of joy, not a cause for complaints," I asserted. I was prepared to show them that Charlie's presence was a blessing, hoping they would soon see him as I did. I explained to them that Charlie wasn't some random street dog, he was a gift from a friend. I also emphasized that I was the one covering all the expenses for Charlie's care and maintenance, so they really had no grounds to complain. "What I choose to keep in my house is my business," I added firmly. "If you have any complaints, you're free to leave." Initially, their annoyance was clear. They were visibly frustrated and upset. However, within just a few hours, a miraculous change occurred. Charlie's undeniable cuteness completely won them over. They couldn't stop doting on him, playfully asking, "Aren't you cute? Are you mummies, daddies, or are you sissies? Look over here, sweetheart." It was as though their frustration had just evaporated into thin air. My entire family had fallen head over heels in love with Charlie, and his presence managed to bring about a remarkable transformation in their attitudes. From that point on, our home was filled with constant adoration for Charlie. Thanks to him, the previous hostility directed towards me began to fade, and I was able to enjoy relatively calm and harmonious days with my family. However, as life tends to go, a disruptive event occurred one day that broke the peace we had come to enjoy. While I was out running an errand, I received an urgent call from my sister, Carol. She sounded agitated and demanded, "Come back home now." Startled by her urgent shout, I asked her what had happened. She unleashed her frustration over the phone, shouting back, "It's not what happened. It's what Charlie did. He did his business on my clothes. What if they smell?" I tried to calm her down, saying, "Oh, just wash them quickly and they'll be fine. And isn't it your fault for leaving your clothes all over the floor?" Carol retorted, "What? It's my fault? It's your poor training that's to blame." I sighed, realizing that this was just a minor hiccup. "Enough, Carol. Charlie is still a puppy, you know. If you take him out for a walk, he won't do his business at home. You said you were excited to walk Charlie today, didn't you? Did you actually take him?" I had originally planned to take Charlie for a walk later in the day, but I didn't realize this decision would trigger a series of events that would throw my family into chaos. The core issue was that I hadn't fully trained Charlie, our beloved dog, and the consequences of this oversight were about to unravel. When I returned home, I walked into a home filled with tension. My sister Carol, clearly furious, confronted me immediately. Her anger was evident, and it was clear she had already briefed our parents about the mishap, as they too glared at me, standing amid Carol's now soiled clothes scattered across the floor. Carol, distraught, threw the soiled garments at me in a fit of frustration. "I'm going to charge you for the cleaning costs," she declared angrily. "Why should I pay?" I retorted. "It's because you didn't take him for a walk and left your clothes all over the floor." My parents quickly joined in, urging me to take responsibility. "Lisa, shouldn't you at least apologize to Carol?" they suggested. "All of this happened because of that Charlie you brought home." As the accusations continued, I couldn't help but defend Charlie. "Can't we give Charlie some slack? Puppies are like babies. They make mistakes sometimes." But my family seemed determined to blame me and Charlie. "This situation only happened because of this stupid dog," my sister snapped again. "Lisa, you made the right choice by not getting married if you became a mother. I doubt you'd raise a decent child." Her comments grew harsher, and my frustration mounted. "How dare you say something like that?" I exclaimed. "If you had taken him for walks properly and kept the house tidy, none of this would have happened." Finally, my sister reached her limit. She pointed at me and declared, "I can't take this anymore." The situation had escalated beyond simple pet mishaps to personal attacks, revealing deeper family tensions. Despite the hostility, I knew it was essential to remain calm and address each issue thoughtfully, prioritizing Charlie's training and our family's need for better communication and understanding. "I don't need you or this dumb dog. Get out of this house." The words struck me like a ton of bricks. "What?" I stammered in disbelief. "Didn't you hear me? I said get out. We don't need a home-wrecking freeloader here," my sister continued harshly. Her accusation cut deeply, especially since she knew all too well that I was currently without a job. I was stunned. Who did they think was covering the household expenses? It was me. As I stood there, bewildered by my sister's outrageous claims, even my parents joined in, supporting her view. "That's right, Lisa. Leave this house. Your presence only makes us feel worse," they echoed. I had reached my breaking point. "You're all jinxes. Just get out," they shouted together, their voices echoing off the walls. That's it. I've reached my limit, I finally burst out. If this is how it's going to be, just wait. With that declaration, I decided to take control of the situation. I quickly packed my belongings and left the house with Charlie wrapped in a towel. As I walked away, thoughts of revenge flickered through my mind, but I knew this saga was far from over. A few days later, as expected, my sister reached out to me in a panic. "Lisa, help! What happened to the house all of a sudden?" she asked, her voice filled with anxiety and desperation. Curious about this new twist in our ongoing family drama, I inquired, "What happened? Why do we suddenly have to leave?" "We were told to leave by the end of this month," she replied, her voice trembling with stress. The realization hit me hard, and I couldn't help but wonder if this was the universe's way of teaching my family a lesson about compassion and understanding. "Ah, so what's the problem here? Why do we suddenly have to leave?" Carol's voice quivered as she struggled to grasp the situation. "I've made the decision to sell the house," I told her firmly. I stated calmly, and Carol froze, disbelief clear in her trembling voice. "What do you mean you've decided to sell it? You don't have the authority," she stammered. "A month ago, the house officially became mine, a fact I had kept to myself until now," I explained. "Yes, I received the house from Uncle Michael, and the title is in my name," I revealed, causing Carol to react with shock. "You're kidding, right?" Her skepticism was evident. "Even if the title was transferred to you by Uncle Michael, you can't just sell it like that," she argued. "I understand your concern," I reassured her, "but right after you told me to leave, I consulted with Uncle Michael. He made it clear that the house is mine now, Lisa. He told me to do what I want and suggested I get away from the family as soon as possible." Carol was taken aback, struggling to process this unexpected revelation. "What? No way," she muttered. As our conversation continued, I suspected my parents might be listening in through the phone's speaker. Soon enough, they began to voice their objections. "Hey, Lisa, cut it out. We have no other place to live if we leave the house," they interjected, trying to appeal to my sense of family loyalty. "That's right, Lisa. It's unthinkable to do this to your own family. If you're a good daughter, show some respect to your parents," they added. With a quiet but firm tone, I responded, "Respect? What are you talking about? You've always looked down on me compared to Carol. Who do you think has been supporting your life for the past few years? You all had nowhere to live, so I reluctantly let you stay with me." My parents were momentarily silenced by my strong response. Without waiting for their reply, I contemplated the implications of my decision, ready to enforce the boundaries that were long overdue. I continued, "Who treated me and Charlie like nuisances and kicked us out? It was you, wasn't it? Trying to drive out the original resident is shameless." My father, his voice full of plea, responded, "Please, Lisa, help us. We're sorry." But I had had enough. "I don't care. Fend for yourselves," I said resolutely. With that, I abruptly ended the call and blocked all my family members' contacts. Charlie, my loyal canine companion, looked up at me with a worried expression. I held him close and whispered, "I'm sorry, Charlie, for shouting. It's all right now. I will protect you." I felt relieved that I had rescued Charlie from a family that had mistreated him. In the days that followed, I learned that my parents and sister had been forced to leave the house at the last minute despite their desperate attempts to cling to it. My father's meager income and my unemployed mother and sister made it impossible for them to maintain a decent life. Rumors circulated that my sister was constantly pressured by my parents to find a job, and their family relationships deteriorated further each day. While I had no interest in their living conditions, it was clear that their standard of living had plummeted since my departure. It was a classic case of reaping what they had sown, and I couldn't help but feel a sense of vindication. Meanwhile, I enjoyed a fulfilling life in my new pet-friendly apartment, free to work on my terms without anyone complaining. All my earnings were solely for myself and Charlie. I was genuinely content with my life. "Charlie, let's go to the dog park today," I said with a smile. Charlie seemed livelier, perhaps because that noisy family was no longer a part of our lives. From that day forward, I was determined to protect Charlie for the rest of our lives and lead a peaceful and happy existence.